Chapter 35:59. As soon as he said that, the entire place was in an uproar. The group of second-generation cultivators from Soaring Pavilion was naturally proud of themselves. As for the newcomers from the other two pavilions, they did not look so good, especially those from Blue Cloud Pavilion. Every one of them had a bitter look on their faces. He's already showing favoritism to the second-generation cultivators from the very beginning. How can he say that he treats everyone equally? The grassroots rogue cultivators below the stage immediately became agitated. If the rules of Welcoming Pavilion had always been to show favoritism to the second-generation cultivators, it would have been fine. Although everyone was dissatisfied, they could only accept it. However, Hu Yunfeng had put on a fair and just attitude. He had clearly given these grassroots rogue cultivators hope, but the reality was so cruel. No wonder they were so agitated. Hu Yunfeng's expression changed slightly when he heard the voice, but he quickly regained his composure. He looked at the crowd and said indifferently, "All of you came from the secular cultivation world or the cultivation tribes on the island. What do you think is fair in the cultivation world? Soaring Pavilion and Mysterious Pavilion are stronger than Blue Cloud Pavilion. This arrangement is based on overall strength. If you think you are capable, enter Blue Cloud Pavilion in the future and turn Blue Cloud Pavilion into the #1 pavilion on the northern island. I'm afraid the best cave abode will be Blue Cloud Pavilion, right? So, what is favoritism? I'm doing this for the sake of fairness and justice. I have no selfish motives. Even if I arrange the best cave abode for you, I won't gain anything from it, right?" Although his words were dignified, they were telling everyone the truth. People were stronger than people. However, although the people from Blue Cloud Pavilion felt uncomfortable when they heard that, there was nothing they could do. With just a few words, Hu Yunfeng had already put the cruelty of cultivation in front of everyone, especially for the weak grassroots rogue cultivators from Blue Cloud Pavilion. To sum it up, it could be summed up in 8 words. If there is a way, you want to go, but if there is no way, you will die. Fairness? When had there ever been true fairness in the world? The strong were respected. This was the most essential truth of the world. It was the same everywhere. After Hu Yunfeng's speech, the welcoming ceremony was considered to have ended hastily. For all the newcomers, what happened next was what they were most concerned about. A cave dwelling. According to Pavilion Master Hu Yunfeng, the best cultivation abodes were reserved for the second-generation cultivators of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, the slightly inferior ones for the old men of the Mysterious Pavilion, and the worst ones for the new grassroots cultivators of the Blue Cloud Pavilion. The general trend was already like this. It was impossible to change it by relying on the strength of the newcomers. For the grassroots rookies of Blue Cloud Pavilion, the most realistic thing right now was how to choose the better cave abodes among the worst. After all, there was still a need to pick the tallest among the dwarves. Even in the worst batch of cultivation caves, there were still good and bad ones among them. He couldn't afford to offend the second-generation cultivator of Soaring Sky Pavilion, nor could he afford to offend the old man of Mysterious Pavilion. As for the rest of the people from Blue Cloud Pavilion, they were all grassroots rogue cultivators with no foundation, so they could at least compete with each other. Under the lead of Meng Jueguang and senior brother Ku Bai, everyone walked toward the cultivation abodes of Blue Cloud Pavilion. It was not too far from the Welcoming Pavilion, just in the mountains behind it. Brother Lin, the spiritual energy on this mountain is very rich. In comparison, the spiritual energy in the secular world is so thin that it can be ignored. The difference is more than 100 times. No wonder everyone dreams of coming to this heavenly island, Xiao Ran said to Lin Yi with emotion. Lin Yi could not help but nod. The two of them came from the secular world, so they felt this especially deeply. They did not feel it when they were in the Welcoming Pavilion, but now that they stepped into the mountain, they immediately felt the spiritual energy in the air. This was simply unimaginable in the secular world. However, Lin Yi had the space in the Jade Pendant, so his requirement for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was not particularly high. At this time, he pretended to be surprised. "You really are a country bumpkin who has never seen the world, making a fuss about such a little spiritual energy. You are really a disgrace to our Blue Cloud Pavilion." Meng Tong, who was walking in front, turned his head and ridiculed. The others on the side also echoed and laughed. They were originally thinking about the matter of the cave residences. They were still quite nervous, but when they looked at Lin Yi and Xiao Ran, the two country bumpkins from the secular world, they immediately found their confidence. Needless to say, the two worst cultivation abodes belonged to these two. Being ridiculed and ridiculed so unscrupulously, Xiao Ran's face suddenly turned red. However, Lin did not react to this and only faintly smiled. This group of people were nothing more than clowns with a twisted mentality. They were suppressed by the soaring sky pavilion and the mysterious pavilion, so they ran in front of him to find a sense of existence. There was no need to take it to heart. Seeing this, the bitter senior apprentice brother could only smile bitterly and help the two out. Junior apprentice brothers, you may not know this, but the mountain we are standing on is not an ordinary mountain, it is a spiritual mountain. There is a huge spiritual jade mine buried under it, so spiritual energy will come out from the ground and dissipate into the air. It is much richer than other places on the island. Spiritual jade mine? Could it be that this spiritual jade mine contains spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Lin Yi could not help but be moved. This reminded him of the Zhenqi energy stone in the secular world. That's right. You can mine spiritual jades from the spiritual jade mine, and the spiritual jades contain very rich spiritual energy. It's an excellent item to assist in cultivation. According to the rules, the Welcome Pavilion will give you a piece of spiritual jade every month. You'll know when you use it, explained the bitter senior brother. A piece of spiritual jade will be given every month? This treatment sounded good, but he did not know the specific effect. Compared to his own space in the jade pendant, he did not know which was better. However, from what Lin Yi felt, even if this spiritual jade was stronger than the energy stones, it was not as rich as the space in the jade pendant. However, Lin Yi was more eager to know at the moment. Although spiritual jades sounded higher than the energy stones in the secular world, they also contained spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Since his space in the jade pendant could recharge the energy stones in the secular world, then did it also have the same effect on spiritual jades? For example, if other people used spiritual jades, could he also use them to recharge? If spiritual jades were really better than the space in the jade pendant, and he could recharge them, then it would be a great tool for cultivation. This question was related to his future cultivation plan. When the spiritual jades were in his hands, he had to test it as soon as possible. Senior brother Ku, are these cultivation caves also related to the spirit jade mine? Xiao Ran, who was at the side, suddenly asked. That's right. The cultivation cave abode is located on top of this spirit jade mine. Although the density of the spiritual energy varies greatly depending on the location, even the worst one is at least 10 times denser than the one outside. As for the better ones, the density is 100 or even 1,000 times denser. Chapter 3560. Lin Yi and Xiao Ran came to a sudden realization. The worst was only 10 times, while the better ones were 100 or 1,000 times. It was not an exaggeration to describe the disparity between the heaven and earth. It was no wonder these people reacted so fiercely to the cave-dwelling allocation. The bitter senior Marshall brother sighed and continued. For newcomers like you, spiritual jades are very difficult to obtain, except for the one that is distributed every month. Therefore, the most crucial thing that will affect your cultivation progress is the cave abode. With a good cave dwelling, your cultivation will naturally progress by leaps and bounds. With a bad cave dwelling, although it is slightly better than outside, that is all. Although the bitter senior brother's words were directed at Lin Yi and Xiao Ran, the others beside them could also hear it. For a moment, everyone unconsciously fell silent. Although the ranking tournament would be held in a month's time, this was the first month's starting line, and there was already a huge gap between them. On top of that, these grassroots rogue cultivators from the Clear Cloud Pavilion were much weaker than those from the Soaring Sky Pavilion and Profound Secrets Pavilion. Although it seemed like they still had a chance to make a comeback through the monthly ranking tournament, the difficulty of doing so was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. They were originally weak, and now they were allocated the worst cultivation resources. If they could not obtain a better result in the ranking competition, They could only continue to be ranked last and continue to enjoy the worst cultivation resources. In this vicious cycle, the gap between them would only grow larger and larger. It was likely that they would not be able to make a comeback in this lifetime. It could be seen that the weakness of Blue Cloud Pavilion was already fated from the beginning. At this time, Meng Tong suddenly sneered and said, even if I can't compare to the people of Soaring Sky Pavilion and Mysterious Pavilion, as long as I can become the strongest in Blue Cloud Pavilion, I will still be able to ascend to Blue Cloud Pavilion in the future. However, as for the country bumpkins of the secular world, I advise you not to hold such unrealistic hopes. Just prepare to do hard labor in a year's time. That's right, Blue Cloud Pavilion was originally inferior to Soaring Sky Pavilion and Mysterious Pavilion, but as long as they could step on their own people, they would still be able to soar in the future. After hearing Meng Tong's words, the eyes of the rookies in Blue Cloud Pavilion lit up. They stared at Lin Yi and Xiao Ran as though they were prey. Persimmons had to be pinched first. Needless to say, these two country bumpkins from the secular world were the weakest persimmons. Lin Yi and Xiao Ran looked at each other helplessly. They hadn't even done anything. He inexplicably became the target of public criticism. Speaking of what happened after he came to this heavenly island, it was really fucking terrible. But it didn't matter. He would deal with it when it came. Lin Yi was a strong person who had killed his way up from the secular world. How could he be afraid of this local grassroots who bullied the weak and feared the strong? While they were talking, Meng Jueguang, who was at the forefront, had already stopped in his tracks. At the foot of the mountain, there was a dense cluster of cultivation caves. There were a total of 15 of them, and each of them was not big. They were about the height of a person, and their surface area was about 10 square meters. His gloomy gaze swept across everyone's faces. Meng Jueguang then opened his mouth and said, "There are 3 cultivation caves set up for you in this mountain. The one on the mountain peak has the densest spiritual qi, but it is now allocated to Soaring Sky Pavilion. The one on the mountainside has the second densest spiritual qi, and now belongs to Mysterious Pavilion. And the one allocated to you bunch of trash is the one at the foot of the mountain in front of you. It is the worst cultivation cave in the entire mountain. You better work hard. Hurry up and cultivate hard. Quickly give me a few more foundation establishment experts. Otherwise, I won't be able to raise my head in front of the stewards of the other 2 pavilions. Don't blame me for coming back to take care of you." Everyone looked at each other, not daring to speak. They had already accepted reality. Since he had entered the infamous Clear Cloud Pavilion, the treatment he received was the worst. That was something he had long expected. Among them, only Meng Tong and a few others had the qualifications to break through to the foundation establishment stage. The others didn't even dare to think about it. However, even if it is the worst cultivation cave, there are still good and bad inside. Meng Jueguang pointed at the entrances of the cultivation caves behind him and said, "You see these numbers at the entrances. Let me tell you, from number 1 to 15, the bigger the number, the thinner the density of spiritual qi inside. The density of spiritual qi inside number 1 can barely reach 100 times that of the outside, but after number 10, it is generally only about 10 times that of the outside." Speaking up to here, Meng Jueguang counted the number of newcomers present. There were exactly 15 people, and he couldn't help but reveal a playful expression. "Oh right, what I said just now is old history. In the past few years, there haven't been any newcomers sent up from the secular world, and Blue Cloud Pavilion usually only accepts 12 to 13 newcomers. The highest number ever was only 14. Therefore, cave number 15 has been abandoned for a long time. The spiritual qi inside has also been blocked by the pavilion master with an array. It was only today that it was reopened. However, as for the density of spiritual qi inside, it's hard to say. If you're lucky, it might be a little higher than the outside. If you're unlucky, I suggest that unlucky junior brother move out to cultivate in the open." Hearing up to here, everyone's expressions suddenly changed. They were all on tenterhooks, afraid that they would become that unlucky guy. If they were assigned to cave number 15, they would really not be able to find a grave even if they cried. "Okay, now we'll start assigning the caves. Those whose names are called, stand up." As Meng Jueguang spoke, he took out the register and began to assign the caves. He didn't have the slightest intention to discuss with senior brother Bitter. One had to know that Pavilion Master Hu Yunfeng had said very clearly that the matter of the cave assignment was decided by the two senior brothers in charge of each pavilion. In other words, senior brother Bitter also had the right to speak on this matter. Seeing the group of newcomers' playful gazes fall on him, senior brother Bitter's face couldn't help but turn pale. If he continued to silently endure in such a critical situation, then in the future he would never have the slightest bit of prestige in front of these newcomers. Senior brother Meng, can I also take a look at the matter of the cave assignment? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, senior brother Bitter summoned up his courage and said, "What's there to look at? These caves are not assigned to you." Meng Jueguang glanced at him snappily. What Meng Jueguang said was right. The 3 pavilion masters and 6 stewards of the Welcome Pavilion had their own caves set up on a separate mountain. However, senior brother Bitter didn't ask about this matter at all. He could only murmur awkwardly, but, without waiting for senior brother Bitter to finish speaking, Meng Jueguang had already waved his hand and began to assign the caves. Qiao Hongkai. Chapter 3561. His own strength was not as good as others, and his only backer in the Blue Cloud Pavilion was now missing. He could not compare with others in all aspects. What else could he do but continue to be a coward and endure? Behind him, Lin Yi patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. Senior brother Qiao Hongkai was a good person, but unfortunately, no matter where he was, honest people were always the target of bullying. Turning his head to look at the newcomer who stood out, Lin Yi had a slight impression of him. Among the people who questioned Hu Yunfeng's unfairness at the welcoming ceremony, this Qiao Hongkai was the one who shouted the loudest. "Cousin Jiao, don't forget me." In the crowd, Meng Tong suddenly became anxious. With a backer like Meng Jueguang here, he thought that cave residence number 1 was already in his pocket. He did not expect that the first person Meng Jueguang called out was not him, but Qiao Hongkai, who he had never met before. "What's the hurry?" Meng Jueguang glanced at him discontentedly and then looked at Qiao Hongkai, who stood out, with a sneer on his face. Just before leaving the welcoming pavilion, he was specially called over by Pavilion Master Hu Yunfeng, and it was aimed at this Qiao Hongkai. "Who asked this idiot to shout the loudest just now? You're just a grassroots rogue cultivator, yet you dare to talk about some bullshit fairness. Didn't anyone teach you before that in this cultivation world, fists are the fairest thing?" Being stared at by Meng Jueguang, Qiao Hongkai suddenly felt that something was wrong. At first, he thought that he had left a deep impression on this senior brother steward, so he was the first to take care of him. Now that he thought about it, the impression was indeed deep, but this might not be a good thing. As the saying goes, the bird that sticks out gets shot. Sure enough, Meng Jueguang looked at him and sneered, "Congratulations, junior brother Qiao. From now on, the 15th abode at the foot of the mountain is yours." Cave residence number 15 at the foot of the mountain. That was the worst immortal's cave in history that was not much better than an open-air one. Qiao Hongcai's mind could not help but go into a daze. Hearing the surrounding rookies' gloating laughter, she finally snapped out of it. She clenched her fists as veins popped up on her forehead. "Why should I go to the worst cave abode? Senior brother Meng, I didn't offend you. Wasn't the cave allocated according to one's strength? Since the Soaring Sky Pavilion and the Profound Secrets Pavilion are strong and occupy the best spots, then even though we are the weakest, we can still distribute the spots according to our strength, right? I'm an expert at the peak of the late stage of the Heaven Realm, even if I'm not at the Perfection Realm. Why was he assigned to cave abode number 15? You didn't offend me, but unfortunately, I can't afford to offend the people you offended." Meng Jueguang smiled coldly. "But is Junior Qiao not satisfied with my arrangements? Then you can sue me, go to the head of the welcoming pavilion and sue me." This order was obviously hinted by Hu Yunfeng. Therefore, Meng Jueguang was not afraid of Qiao Hongcai's thorns at all. Qiao Hongkai gritted his teeth. Although he was unwilling, he still did not dare to contradict Meng Jueguang in public. Now at least there was a cave abode number 15. Although it was the worst cave abode in history, it was better than nothing. Although he did not know whether Meng Jueguang had something to rely on or was really not afraid of him complaining. At this moment, he could only bear it and said, "I don't dare, but since you want us to break through to the Foundation establishment realm, then since I've been allocated the worst cave abode, it's good that you don't blame me if we don't succeed." Shut. You said you don't dare, but you actually dare to talk terms with me? Then you are still not satisfied. That's fine. I have always been a very fair and democratic person. As Meng Jueguang said, he pointed at Meng Tong and said, "I will now give the best cave abode number 1 to Meng Tong, but I will also give you a chance to challenge him as long as you can win. How about the cave abode number 1 belongs to you? According to the rules of the cultivation world, the strong are respected. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. If you can't even beat him, I can't give you the cave abode number 1, can I? Then when the time comes, will junior brother Meng Tong also say that I am unfair? When he can't break through to the Foundation establishment realm, is it because of me?" As Meng Jueguang said so, Meng Tong immediately jumped out excitedly. He provoked Xiao Hongkai and said, "Do you want to fight? If it wasn't for Cousin Jiu's face, I would usually be too lazy to bother with trash like you who is only at the peak of the late stage of heaven stage. But today I will give you this chance. And I am willing to lose. If I lose, I am willing to take the cave abode number 15, and if I can't break through to the Foundation establishment realm, I will not blame anyone and let senior brother Meng scold me." Xiao Hongkai, junior brother Meng Tong, is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. What do you think? Meng Jueguang was very satisfied with Meng Tong's reaction. Now he wanted to see what Xiao Hongkai had to say. Xiao Hongkai looked at the eager Meng Tong, and his face suddenly turned green and purple. He was only an expert at the peak of the late stage of heaven stage, and he had just broken through not long ago. His foundation was not very stable, and the other party was an expert at the peak of the late stage of heaven stage. They were at least 2 levels apart. How could he fight? If they really fought, he might not even be able to take a casual move from the other party. Seeing that Xiao Hongkai flinched, Meng Tong disdainfully said, "Gutless trash, I don't think you should be called Xiao Hongkai in the future. Just call yourself Lumber Waste." Meng Jueguang had already expected this. He smiled indifferently and turned to look at all the newcomers and said, "What I said just now is not only effective for him, but also for all of you. If you are not satisfied with the cave abode allocated to you, no problem. As long as you can beat Meng Tong here, the cave abode number 1 is yours. Of course, if you have a good relationship in private, you can also exchange cave abodes in private. I won't interfere in this." Meng Tong cooperatively puffed out his chest. There were 15 newcomers present. Except for Lin Yi and Xiao Ran, among the other local newcomers, only he, Meng Tong, was at the peak of the late stage of heaven stage. No one could match him at all. As for Lin Yi and Xiao Ran, these 2 country bumpkins from the secular world, even if they were also at the great perfection realm, he would not put them in his eyes. No matter what, he was still a sitting cannon on Heaven Stage Island. Even if their strength levels were the same, his real strength was much stronger than the fake outsiders in the secular world. There was no comparison between the two. Seeing that no one dared to say anything, Meng Jueguang continued to call out names. Lin Yi. Chapter 3562. Cave Abode number 14. Meng Jueguang looked at Lin Yi mockingly and said, "You should really thank this junior brother Lumber Waste. If it wasn't for him stirring up trouble during the welcoming ceremony, Cave Abode number 15 would have been prepared for you. Now, although Cave Abode number 14 is the worst compared to the other caves, compared to Cave Abode number 15, it can be said that your ancestors have done good deeds." This Lin Yi was an outsider, and he was brought here by Lumber Waste. It would be strange if Meng Jueguang gave him a good attitude. Immediately after, without waiting for Lin Yi to speak, Meng Jueguang continued to call out names. Xiao Ran, Cave Abode number 13. Xiao Ran responded and walked to Lin Yi's side. After thinking for a while, he turned his head and whispered to Lin Yi, "Brother Lin, why don't you come to my Cave Abode number 13 to cultivate together in the future? Although it's not much better than Cave Abode number 14, it will still be of some help." When Xiao Ran was in the common world, he was indebted to Lin Yi for taking care of him. Now that he was on Sky-class Island, he saw that Lin Yi got the 14th cave, and he was doing better than him. He naturally had to return the favor. From his point of view, a drop of water should be returned with a spring of water. Otherwise, Xiao Chen would be letting down his conscience. Cultivate together? Junior brother Lumber Waist, didn't you teach them the rules? Meng Jueguang was strong, so his hearing was naturally good. After hearing Xiao Rant's words, he immediately laughed mockingly. Lumber Waist's face was full of awkwardness. He could only go forward and explain to the two of them, junior brothers, the spiritual qi produced in the cultivation cave abode every day is fixed. If two people cultivate together, the effect will be shared. Even if it's cave abode number 1, if two people enter, the effect will at most be similar to cave abode number 7 or 8. Moreover, after a long time, the cave abode's spiritual qi will be overdrawn, and the effect will slowly deteriorate. Therefore, the pavilion master has a rule that each cave abode can only accommodate one person to cultivate. I see. Only now did Lin Yi understand. He patted Xiao Rant's shoulder and said, I appreciate your good intentions, but the cultivation method I cultivate in is rather special. The requirement for the density of spiritual energy isn't too high. Abode 14 is already sufficient. Besides, didn't this senior brother Meng say that there's still a chance to change? His cultivation technique is special? These words made Meng Jueguang sneer in his heart. He had been in the North Island of Heaven stage for so many years, but he had never heard of a cultivator who didn't need the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, unless he was a physical cultivator. However, Lin Yi was clearly a master of inner force. Wasn't this bragging? However, from Meng Jueguang's point of view, Lin Yi was putting on a strong front because he didn't want others to look down on him. Meng Jueguang was even more disapproving of his last sentence. Although Lin Yi was at the peak of the late stage of the heaven rank, he was still at the peak of the Great Perfection realm. But the Great Perfection realm in the secular world might not be as powerful as the late stage of the heaven rank in the North Island of Heaven stage. As for Lin Yi, he probably didn't understand the situation yet. He thought that he was standing at the top of the cultivation world in the secular world. After coming to Heaven Stage Island, he really didn't know what he was talking about. Why was Heaven Stage Island called Heaven Stage Island? Didn't it mean that on the island, there were as many Heaven Stage as dogs? Heaven Stage was here. Just the most ordinary disciple, and he thought that he was an expert? Brother Lin, you're preparing to... Xiao Rant's heart skipped a beat, but he couldn't help but admire Lin Yi's calm expression as he nodded. Although he was very dissatisfied with Meng Jueguang and the others like Lin Yi, he didn't have the confidence to challenge Meng Tong, who was at the peak of the late stage of Heaven Stage. After all, no one knew how big the gap between the Heaven Stage Island and the secular world was between the same realm. The risk was not small. While they were talking, Meng Jueguang had already finished allocating everyone. The group of rookies were both happy and worried. Those who were allocated a good cave abode were naturally overjoyed, while those who were allocated a rotten cave abode were all frowning, as though they had lost their parents. The only thing that comforted them was that the 3 worst cave residences had been occupied by Lin Yi and the other 2 unlucky guys in advance. I'll say it one last time. If you are dissatisfied, stand up and challenge Meng Tong. If I hear you complaining behind his back again after today, then don't blame me for being impolite. Meng Jueguang glanced at the group of newcomers coldly. He had made up his mind to help Meng Tong establish his prestige. Anyway, Meng Tong was naturally his direct subordinate. Today, he took the opportunity to establish his prestige, and in the future, he could better help him manage this group of newcomers. Who else is dissatisfied? Hurry up and stand up. Meng Tong flaunted his strength at the side. This was a good opportunity that Meng Jueguang had specially prepared for him to show off. He would not let it go easily. It would be best if there was an idiot who did not have eyes to stand up and let this group of people see his strength. Unfortunately, although Meng Tong was full of expectations, the newcomers present did not dare to rashly stand up and challenge his despotic power. Even if the cave residences that were allocated were not ideal, they would at most curse a few words in their hearts. Challenging Meng Tong, who was at the peak of the late stage of Heaven Stage, in this kind of situation? Wouldn't that be asking to be humiliated? Tiske, a group of gutless cowards. Meng Tong scolded disdainfully. When his gaze swept past Lin Yi, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "You country bumpkin from the secular world, didn't you say that you wanted to challenge me before? Why, now you're a turtle hiding in its shell and not daring to move." I didn't say anything. I just wanted to give this opportunity to show off to others. But since everyone is so modest, then I can only reluctantly refuse. Lin Yi chuckled and walked out of the crowd. Maybe everyone thinks that you're too easy to fight, so they're not willing to fight you. A chance to show off? Too easy to fight? Meng Tong seemed to have heard a shocking joke and laughed wildly. You country bumpkin from the secular world actually think that this is a chance to show off? The ignorant are really fearless. Today, I'll teach you what is called the gap between Heaven Stage Island and the secular world. Lin Yi smiled indifferently and turned to look at Meng Jueguang. Senior brother Meng, since you asked us to challenge you, I think it shouldn't violate the rules of the welcoming pavilion. I just want to know what will happen if we kill or injure someone. Fists and feet have no eyes. As long as it's a formal challenge and both sides agree, no matter the death or injury, no one will be held responsible afterwards. Meng Jueguang curled his lips and said, but his face was full of sarcasm. Chapter 3563. However, even someone who had never seen the world felt that he was the most awesome. Wasn't this what a frog at the bottom of a well was like? Don't worry, no matter what, we are still fellow disciples of Blue Cloud Pavilion. At most, I will cripple you, not kill you. Meng Tong clenched his fists as he walked towards Lin Yi with a sinister smile. The surrounding people hastily retreated to the side, revealing expressions of anticipation. After all, this was the first battle they had witnessed since joining the Welcome Pavilion. Moreover, the two sides were this year's most powerful Blue Cloud Pavilion newcomer, Meng Tong, and the other was the secular world's Lin. Both were very interesting characters, so they naturally had to enjoy this show. Junior brother Lin, if you can't do it, hurry up and admit defeat. This way, the battle will be over and he won't be able to attack you anymore. The bitter senior brother hastily said to Lin Yi before retreating. Like everyone else, he didn't think highly of Lin Yi, and if Lin Yi stubbornly refused to admit defeat, then it would be very easy for him to lose his life. Although Xiao Ran had seen Lin Yi's strength in the secular world, he was also a little worried at this moment. However, he couldn't persuade Lin Yi to stop, so he could only say, "Brother Lin, you can do it." Lin Yi nodded to the two, then turned to look at Meng Tong, and lightly said, "Please. You still dare to act cool in front of me when you're facing a disaster? You really don't know how to write the word death." Meng Tong laughed loudly as he pounced in front of Lin Yi. Without warning, he swept out with the 20th style of 1,000 legs. This was his usual martial skill. His 1,000 legs contained the strength of 1,000 caddies. Even if he were to face a native expert of the same level, it would be powerful enough to kill, not to mention that his opponent was just a fake from the secular world. After being hit by the leg wind, the bow, everyone's faces changed drastically. Only Lin Yi, the person in question, didn't panic at all. He didn't put on any tricks. What greeted him was the 15th move of the Raging Fire 8 trigrams palm. Lin Yi was afraid that others would think that his strength was too high and that they would unite against a common enemy, so he did not use his strongest move. However, just the 15th style of the Wildfire 8 trigrams palm was enough to instantly kill a peak late-stage heaven rank expert. He didn't want to take Meng Tong's life. If that was the case, he probably wouldn't be able to continue staying on the North Island. Therefore, his goal was merely to establish his might and make others feel that he wasn't someone to be bullied. However, he wouldn't be so ruthless as to kill everyone the moment he appeared. If Meng Tong could back down, that would be great. If not, then bring it on. He did not kill Meng Tong. Those big shots wouldn't stand up for him. Bang! Boom! As the leg and the palm collided, Meng Tong was sent flying by Lin Yi's palm. His internal organs felt uncomfortable as if they had been displaced. Before he could struggle to get up, he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was a ghastly sight. Everyone in the audience suddenly became quiet. There was only a series of gasps left. The gazes that looked at Lin Yi were all incomparably shocked. What kind of strength was able to send Meng Tong, a peak late-stage heaven rank expert, flying with one palm? Could it be that the people in the secular world were already overbearing to such an extent? Not only these newcomers, but even Meng Jueguang looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. One must know that although Meng Tong was a grassroots rogue cultivator, he was not considered weak in the heaven rank great perfection level. However, he couldn't be considered weak at the level of heaven stage great circle. In the end, he was defeated by a trash from the secular world in one move. This result was too unexpected. Thanks for letting me win. Lin Yi smiled lightly. In order not to expose his strength as a foundation establishment stage, he had already deliberately suppressed his strength to the heaven rank great perfection level. But even so, Meng Tong was still vulnerable in front of him. You can't even beat a trash from the secular world, what a waste. Meng Jueguang looked at the battered Meng Tong on the ground and scolded him resentfully. Originally, it was specially arranged for Meng Tong to be in the limelight, so that he could establish his power in front of these newcomers. But he didn't expect that mud could not hold up a wall. Now, the limelight was all snatched by this guy, Lin. The strong were respected. The newcomers present were originally fence-sitters who did not have a firm stand. The reason why they spared no effort to curry favor with Meng Tong was purely because he was strong and had a strong background. It was purely because he was strong and had a strong background. Now that he was knocked down by Lin Yi in one move, the tides had changed. Although it could be said that because of the existence of Meng Jueguang, these people would not directly rely on Lin Yi. But at this moment, they looked at Lin Yi with reverence in their eyes. They knew that it would not be so easy for Meng Tong to subdue them in the future. At the very least, they had to first ask Lin Yi, this guy who hid his strength. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, after struggling for a moment, Meng Tong finally got up and looked at Lin Yi with eyes full of resentment. This time, he had lost a lot of face in front of everyone. He was defeated by a country bumpkin in one move. It was simply a great shame that could not be washed away in this life. If these words were to spread, he could forget about having a foothold in the welcome pavilion. Looking at your eyes, you seem to be very unconvinced. But it doesn't matter. The competition has just begun. I only used one move and just warmed up. I haven't gotten into the groove yet. Why don't we continue? Lin Yi looked at Meng Tong indifferently. Clearly, this guy was unconvinced. Again? Warm up? Not in the groove? Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Meng Tong's expression suddenly changed again, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Although Lin Yi did not kill him, he had suffered the 15th move of the wild 8 trigram palm. It was already quite serious. Didn't you see that Meng Tong had already vomited blood all over the ground? At this time, he was struggling to get up because he was holding on to his last bit of face. If he were to receive another palm, he would be beaten to death on the spot. Seeing that Meng Tong had been scared off by Lin Yi's casual words, a few rookies by the side could not help but laugh. This Meng Tong was just flaunting his prowess and acting like he was invincible. But after suffering a palm strike, he was so scared. The contrast was huge. To think that he had said that Lin Yi was posturing. Now, it seemed that he was the one who said it. He was really boasting. Now, not only did he fail to posture, he became a retard. What are you laughing at? The arranged battle between fellow disciples is just a spar. Is it so funny? Are you laughing because you think you are good enough and want to go up and try? And Meng Tong, you idiot, how long do you want to embarrass me? Hurry up and leave. Meng Jueguang's face was very livid. If it weren't for the fact that so many pairs of eyes were watching, he would have personally beaten Meng Tong done up. Chapter 3564. Feeling Meng Jueguang's murderous gaze behind him, Meng Tong's heart skipped a beat, but he refused to lose face. He hurriedly puffed out his chest and said, You country bumpkin from the secular world, what are you so proud of? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I didn't use my full strength just now because we are brothers, but I didn't expect you to use your full strength to deal with me. If it wasn't for my superior strength, I would have been killed by you if it was a peak late-stage heaven stage expert. I was soft-hearted for a moment and let you take advantage of me. Could it be that you really think you can beat me, a native perfection realm expert of Heaven Stage Island? What a villain! Meng Tong's words made the newcomers look at Lin Yi thoughtfully. These words saved some face for Meng Tong. From his arrogant performance just now, it was normal for him to be careless and not use his full strength. After all, it was unreasonable for a native heaven stage expert to be inferior to a mortal world expert at the same level. This was completely subverting common sense. So that's how it is. I was wondering why you were so easily crippled. Lin Yi nodded in realization and said, I said it, defeating you is easy and pleasant. But since it was a moment of carelessness, then please go all out. Let's do it again, how about it? This is fair and just. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he looked at Meng Tong with a faint smile. This guy obviously didn't even have enough strength to speak, but he could still find a reason to excuse himself. He was really stubborn and wouldn't shed tears until he saw the coffin. Meng Tong's expression suddenly froze. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he could only continue saying, You're quite mean, aren't you? I was seriously injured by your sneak attack just now, and you still want me to fight with you. You clearly want to kill me. How about this, wait for me. In the ranking competition a month later, I will let you know what a true heaven stage expert is. No, what is a foundation establishment expert? When the time comes, I will make you cry very rhythmically. A month later? All right. I'll train hard and maybe I won't even need to ambush you when the time comes. Lin Yi said nonchalantly. Since Meng Tong was so stubborn, Lin Yi was too lazy to continue forcing him. Anyway, the purpose of establishing his prestige had been achieved. If he continued to be overbearing, he was afraid that the higher-ups of the welcoming pavilion would be disgusted. That would not be good. Immediately, he turned to look at Meng Jueguang and said, Senior brother Meng, the rules you set just now should still be in effect, right? As for Meng Jueguang, he didn't care if he offended him or not. In any case, today's actions had completely offended him, and the two of them could no longer be reconciled. Of course it counts. Meng Jueguang glanced at Meng Tong with a livid expression and did not deny it. After all, this was a rule he had set up in public. He couldn't just slap himself in the face and deny it. That's good. Thank you, Senior Brother Meng. Lin Yi smiled faintly. When everyone present thought that he couldn't wait to ask Meng Tong for cave number 1, he turned to look at Qiao Hongkai and said, Brother Qiao, I want to exchange my cave number 14 for your cave number 15. Is that okay? Qiao Hongkai was stunned and looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. He had already accepted his fate, but he didn't expect that Lin Yi would actually want to exchange caves with him. Although cave number 14 was ranked last among all caves, it was still much better than cave number 15, which was abandoned halfway in history. But it was much better than number 15, the worst cave residence in history, which had been abandoned midway. If number 15 could make everyone despair, then number 14 cave residence, as long as one worked hard, would be able to make everyone feel hopeless. But it was still much better than cave number 15, which was the worst cave in history. One made people feel hopeless, while the other gave them hope. Between the two, there was no difference. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Is this really okay? After coming to his senses, Qiao Hongkai was overjoyed. He wasn't stupid. He had already guessed why Lin Yi wanted to do this. Although it was very likely to offend Meng Tong, and even senior brother Meng Jueguang who was behind him, he wasn't afraid of this. Because regardless of whether he was offended or not, it was impossible for him to be accepted by these people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given him cave number 15 without hesitation. Now that Lin Yi showed kindness to him, being able to exchange from cave number 15 to cave number 14, this was simply like a pie falling from the sky. It was enough to change the future trajectory of his life. How could he not be ecstatic? Of course, senior brother Meng just said that we can exchange caves privately. Lin Yi glanced at the gloomy face of Meng Jueguang and said faintly. For Qiao Hongkai, this was something that could change the course of his life, but for Lin Yi, it was nothing more than a small matter. Although Qiao Hongkai was only acquainted with this person for the first time, from his previous performance, although this person's strength wasn't high, he was hot-blooded. This was rare in the indifferent cultivation world. Lin Yi had a good impression of him. He naturally wouldn't be stingy with this kind of small favor that he could help conveniently. Then I'll thank Brother Lin. Xiao Hongkai no longer looked at the faces of Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong. He immediately agreed happily and consciously walked behind Lin. After experiencing today's incident, Meng Tong and others would inevitably hate him more in the future. If he wanted to continue to stay here, he could only team up with Lin Yi and others. Although Lin Yi came from the secular world, he gave him quite a good impression and was worth befriending. Lin Yi immediately looked at Meng Tong and said, "Then now cave number 15 is mine. Meng Tong, according to the rules set by senior brother Meng, I want to use it to exchange for cave number 1 at the foot of the mountain. You won't go back on your words, right? What? You actually want me to live in the worst cave in history?" Meng Tong was wondering before that Lin Yi didn't exchange cave with him after winning, but went to exchange cave with Xiao Hongkai. What kind of thinking was this? Could it be that he didn't want his own cave because he was being pretentious? So he was quite happy until now when he realized Lin Yi's intention. It was as if he was struck by lightning on a clear day. It took him a long time to react. His resentful eyes scanned back and forth between Lin Yi and Xiao Hongkai. He couldn't wait to eat these two people alive. After all, even if he used cave number 1 at the foot of the mountain to exchange cave number 14 at the foot of the mountain, this already made him gnash his teeth. In the end, he didn't expect that Lin Yi would play even more ruthlessly. He actually wanted him to live in the worst cave number 15 in history. Chapter 3565. Ninth cousin, you have to help me. Meng Tong could only look at Meng Jueguang eagerly. At this time, the only one who could decide his fate was his ninth cousin. As long as Meng Jueguang said that it was invalid, then everything would not be a problem. Meng Jueguang glared at him hatefully. If it wasn't for this good-for-nothing, how could he fall into such an embarrassing situation? The words that were said before were like spilled water. With so many people watching, how could he take it back? At this time, if he really went back on his words, not only Meng Tong, but also Meng Jueguang would become the laughingstock of the entire welcome pavilion. He would not be able to lift his head in front of the stewards of the other two pavilions. Under the gaze of all the people present, Meng Jueguang had to grit his teeth and said, "This is the rule of welcome pavilion. Everyone has to abide by it, no exceptions. Even I have to abide by it." As soon as these words came out, Meng Tong suddenly looked as if he had lost his parents. But under the pressure of Meng Jueguang, he could only swallow his anger. But Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother Meng is wise." Meng Jueguang did not express his opinion, but this praise was as disgusting as eating a fly, and it was the kind of fly that had just flown out of a cesspool. But then Lin Yi turned to Xiao Ran and said, "Xiao Ran, I will now exchange my number 1 cave residence for your number 13 cave residence. Is that okay?" Exchange again? There was a sudden uproar. Previously, Lin Yi wanted to exchange number 14 cave residence for Xiao Hongcai's number 15 cave residence. It was understandable because he wanted to attack Meng Tong. But now this guy actually wanted to exchange his number 1 cave residence for Xiao Ran's number 13 cave residence. This was really incomprehensible. If it were others, they would be happy to get the number 1 cave residence. Why would he take the initiative to exchange his number 13 cave residence? He must be sick in the head. Was it purely because of his noble character and unquestionable integrity? The cultivation world had always been cruel. Since this Lin Yi was able to stand out in the secular world, he shouldn't be so childish. Could it be that he had other intentions? Brother Lin, this is too precious. Forgive me, I can't accept it. Xiao Ran was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved his hand and refused. Although he and Lin Yi had come from the secular world together, so their relationship was naturally closer than the other rookies present. It was only natural for them to take care of each other, but the problem was that the number 1 cave abode at the foot of the mountain was too important. It was so important that even if he worked like a slave for Lin Yi in the future, he might not be able to repay this favor. Indeed, the number 1 cave abode at the foot of the mountain was the dream abode of all the rookies present. He Xiao Ran was no exception. With his cultivation at the peak of the late stage of Heaven stage, if combined with the effects of the number 1 cave abode at the foot of the mountain, not to mention competing with the people from the Soaring Sky Pavilion and the Mysterious Pavilion. It was very likely that he would sit on the top seat of the rookies present in the Blue Cloud Pavilion in the future. To anyone, this was an irresistible temptation. It was the same for Xiao Ran, and it should be the same for Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi previously said that his cultivation technique was special and did not have a high concentration of spiritual energy, everyone knew that this was just an excuse. However, anyone with a discerning eye would know that this was just an excuse. No matter how heaven-defying and eccentric a cultivation technique was, the more spiritual qi of heaven and earth, the better. There was no such thing as the denser the spiritual qi, the worse the effect of cultivation. Brother Xiao, just accept it. If it really doesn't work, you can use it for half a month and we can exchange it. Although Lin Yi said it with a smile, his words were filled with no room for doubt. He did not give Xiao Ran the slightest chance to refuse. It's settled, unless you want to break off relations with me in the future. Revenge must be taken, kindness must be repaid. This had always been Lin Yi's principle. Just based on Xiao Ran's good intention of asking him to go to cave house number 13 at the foot of the mountain to cultivate, he wanted to return the favor. Moreover, they came up together from the secular world, so they were naturally allies who could help each other in the future. It was not necessarily a bad thing for Lin Yi to let Xiao Ran's strength improve a little faster. Seeing that Lin Yi's attitude was so firm, it did not seem like he was joking, and it was actually serious to the point of breaking off relations. Xiao Ran hesitated for a moment and had no choice but to agree. Then, all right, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. In the future, I am willing to follow Brother Lin's lead. Born in the Xiao family, an ancient family that had declined, Xiao Ran was used to the fickleness of human nature since he was young. He had seen a lot of mutual deception, but it was the first time he met an extraordinary person like Lin Yi. Although his strength was only at heaven's stage great perfection, his intuition, honed by years of adversity, told him that the Lin Yi in front of him would definitely not be an ordinary person in the future. It didn't matter if it was gratitude or a long-term investment. Xiao Ran knew that from this day onwards, he had been labeled as Lin Yi's follower in front of everyone. From now on in the welcoming pavilion, he would advance and retreat together with Lin. They would rise and fall together, and they would fall together. And at this time, all the rookies looked at Lin Yi differently. Just now, their eyes were filled with awe, but now, besides awe, there was an additional hint of mockery. It seemed that what Meng Tong said before was right. This guy named Lin Yi was really good at posturing. Just now, he was just lucky to win a round against Meng Tong, but in the blink of an eye, he immediately became arrogant. He really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Without the help of cave abode number 1, his strength would definitely not increase as fast as others after a month. When the time came, he would fall into a trap of his own making and lose the ranking competition. That would be fun to watch. He was just a country bumpkin who was lucky to make it in the secular world. What was there to be arrogant about? He was really a villain intoxicated by success. Even if he wanted to form a faction, there was no need to do this, right? If he lost a month later, did he really think that Xiao Ran would still think highly of him? Following a weakling, wasn't that the behavior of a retard? Lin Yi did not seem to notice the change in the expressions of the people beside him. He looked at Xiao Hongkai, who was standing beside him, and decided to be a good person and said, "Brother Qiao, why don't I exchange cave abode number 13 with you? I will still stay in my cave abode number 14. I will respect senior brother Meng's arrangements. After all, this cave abode was allocated to me by senior brother Meng." Xiao Hongkai was already a little numb at this time. Since he was young, it was the first time he had seen such a maverick guy like Lin Yi. Compared to the shocking action of exchanging cave abode number 1, this kind of thing was simply not worth mentioning. He cupped his hands towards Lin. "Brother Lin, thank you very much. If you need anything in the future, just tell me." Although Xiao Hongkai did not say that he would blindly follow Lin Yi's lead like Xiao Ran did, but he also called Lin Yi as Brother Lin, and also said that he had something to tell him. The implied meaning was very obvious. Chapter 3566. Lin even began to rearrange the cave abodes in front of everyone. This was a complete provocation to him, the steward's senior apprentice brother, who had sole authority. One had to know that even the senior brother, who was also a steward, didn't dare to criticize these things under his pressure. Unfortunately, he had already announced that they were allowed to exchange cave abodes privately. This was also the rule of the Welcome Pavilion. Meng Jueguang couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. He could only give himself 2 slaps. If he didn't say this rule just now, how could this newcomer, Lin Yi, take advantage of such a big loophole? What are you still gathering here for? All of you disperse and scram back to your cave abodes. The 2 in the secular world, go ask for the mantra of the cultivation method from the steward. Meng Jueguang was angry looking at this group of newcomers, especially Lin. If there wasn't the sect rule that inner sect disciples couldn't attack outer sect disciples, he would probably attack Lin Yi right now. He was just a country bumpkin from the secular world. Who was he? Unfortunately, inner sect disciples couldn't even challenge outer sect disciples, unless outer sect disciples had already advanced to the foundation establishment stage. He could only take revenge in other ways in the future. Since the steward's senior apprentice brother had spoken, the group of newcomers looked at each other and dispersed. They couldn't wait to experience their own cave abodes. Seeing that almost everyone had left, Meng Tong hurriedly ran to Meng Jueguang and complained, "Ninth cousin, you have to help me. Don't tell me you really want me to live in the 15th cave abode at the foot of the mountain. If that's the case, how am I going to beat that hateful Lin Yi a month later? Who can you blame for not living up to expectations? You can't even beat a trash from the secular world. You've really lost all your face." Meng Jueguang scolded angrily. He originally had high hopes for Meng Tong and was prepared to train him to be his right-hand man. Now, he didn't do anything. Instead, he had brought trouble upon himself. Meng Tong's face suddenly turned red, and he hurriedly explained, "Ninth cousin brother, don't you know my strength? Just now, I was really careless and let Lin Yi take advantage of the loophole. I originally wanted to give him some face, but I didn't expect that he would attack me from the beginning." Meng Jueguang said thoughtfully, "That's true. That kid really is sinister. If you really fought fair and square, there's no reason for you, a local great perfection deity, to lose to a commoner like him. That's why, in next month's qualifying competition, I will definitely beat him to a pulp. However, if ninth cousin brother really wants me to live in the 15th Immortal's cave at the foot of the mountain, then it will be hard to say." Meng Tong hurriedly said. What he was most afraid of was that Meng Jueguang would no longer care about him. If he lost such a big backer for no reason, he would really have no place to cry. How can I go back on my words in public? Kid, listen to me, whether you want to live or not, you have to live in the 15th Immortal's cave at the foot of the mountain for me. Meng Jueguang glanced at him sternly. Meng Tong was so frightened that he shivered. After a pause, Meng Jueguang slowed down his tone and said, "But you don't have to worry. Although you live in the worst 15th Immortal's cave at the foot of the mountain, that Lin Yi himself pretended to live in the 14th Immortal's cave at the foot of the mountain. It's not much better than yours. I will think of a way to give you more spiritual jades. At that time, it will be enough for you to shake him off. You can use the worst Immortal's cave to step on him instead. Wouldn't it be more satisfying to take revenge this way? This also indirectly proves that you are stronger than Lin Yi. Otherwise, if your strength is not stronger than him at the beginning, how can you defeat him in a situation where the cultivation environment is worse than his?" That's right. Ninth cousin is really brilliant. Meng Tong's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. For newcomers, the most important cultivation resources were mainly two things. One was the Immortal's Cave, and the other was spiritual jades. Comparing the two, the effect of spiritual jades was far above the Immortal's Cave. Especially compared to the inferior Immortal's Cave at the foot of the mountain, the effect was hundreds or even thousands of times better. Otherwise, spiritual jades would not be the first choice for most people to help them break through to the foundation establishment realm. But even so, spiritual jades had two disadvantages compared to Immortal's Cave. One was that they were rare and precious, and difficult to obtain, especially for newcomers. The second was that they were one-time consumables. If they absorbed it with all their strength, it would take 2 to 3 days at the fastest, 4 to 5 days at the slowest, and the spiritual chi inside would be completely consumed. They were not like Immortal's Cave that could be used for a long time. According to the rules, the Welcome Pavilion would give a piece of spiritual jades to newcomers every month. Although this process seemed very fair, it should be known that there were always big and small spiritual jades. The ones responsible for the distribution of spiritual jades were the senior brothers like Meng Jueguang. When the time came, the Blue Cloud Pavilion would be decided by Meng Jueguang's word. As for the nominal senior brother in charge, Ku Bai, he was completely ignored by them. Leaving aside Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong's schemes, Lin Yi informed senior brother Bitter Corner, Xiao Ran, and Xiao Hongkai, and then entered his Immortal's Cave number 14 at the foot of the mountain. He didn't use any mental cultivation method, so he didn't know whether Xiao Ran needed it or not. If he did, senior brother Bitter Corner wouldn't make things difficult for him. After looking around, Lin Yi found that the spiritual chi inside the Immortal's Cave was coming from the ground. The concentration of spiritual chi was about 8 to 10 times that of the outside. If it was in the secular world, it would be enough to be called a cultivation holy land. Unfortunately, Lin Yi had long been used to the ultra-high concentration of spiritual chi in the space of the jade pendant, so he didn't care about it at all. According to this speculation, not to mention the Immortal's Cave number 1 at the foot of the mountain, even the best Immortal's Cave number 1 at the top of the mountain was still far from as abnormal as the space of the jade pendant. This was also the reason why Lin Yi just gave the Immortal's Cave to Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai. Sitting in such a treasure mountain like the space of the jade pendant, if Lin Yi still didn't have enough confidence, then he was really sick. After closing the Immortal's Cave, Lin Yi sat cross-legged and entered the space of the jade pendant. Above every cultivation Immortal's Cave, there was a forbidden spell. After a newcomer entered the Immortal's Cave, the forbidden spell would be activated, and outsiders couldn't enter without permission. This was also to prevent people from being dishonest and secretly taking advantage of others' Immortal's Cave when others were not around. After all, the output of spiritual chi in each Immortal's Cave was limited in a certain period of time. When changing the Immortal's Cave, it was necessary to ask a master in the Foundation establishment stage to help remove the forbidden spell, and then reactivate the forbidden spell. This was the first time that Lin Yi entered the space of the jade pendant since he was transported to the heavenly stage island, and the scene in front of him shocked him. Jiao Lao. Looking at the strange state of Jiao Yazi, Lin Yi couldn't help but be a little stunned. At this moment, Jiao Yazi was standing on the ground as usual, but for some unknown reason, his whole body had become a transparent shadow, motionless. Chapter 3567. Jiao Lao? Jiao Lao? However, no matter how Lin Yi shouted, he didn't respond. In the past, when Lin Yi called Jiao Yazi, he would be angry, but now he really didn't respond. Kid, don't shout. This old thing has been like this since just now. Beside Lin Yi, the ghostly thing's voice suddenly came, which shocked Lin. Senior Ghost, you're awake? What do you mean since just now? Lin Yi didn't expect the ghostly thing to wake up, so he asked with some doubts. When you were teleported to Heavenly Island from the secular world, this old thing was like this. The ghostly thing said faintly. It can't be? How can I affect Jiao Lao when I'm on Heavenly Island? It seems that what he said before was true. Lin Yi sighed, but he was somewhat puzzled. But Senior Ghost, why are you fine? What do you mean I'm fine? Do you want something to happen to me? The ghostly thing suddenly said angrily, how can I be the same as him? I originally came from Heavenly Island. Who knows how he came here? It was a slip of the tongue. Lin Yi laughed dryly to appease the ghostly thing's anger. Then, he said with some surprise, so, you came from Heavenly Island? Of course. The ghostly thing said faintly, now, I don't mind talking to you more. I'm quite satisfied with your strength for now. Do me a favor in the future. Consider it as a repayment for helping you so many times. Okay, as long as I can do it. Lin Yi didn't refuse. After all, the ghostly thing had helped him a lot. Even the puppet avatar was left in the secular world's villa by Lin Yi to protect Lin Yi's friends and family. Didn't that old thing say before? That he wanted to impart some memories to you? You didn't receive it? However, My guess is that this Jiao Yazi was like a puppet clone before. Although it could move, it was controlled by the main body behind it. I suspect that the main body lost contact with him after you got to Sky-class Island. In other words, he couldn't receive the signals from the main body, so that's how it ended up. The thing said, I can still connect with the puppet, but I can't connect with the other body parts, but I can't connect with them. However, this kind of connection was already very difficult. It could only be maintained when one's family was in danger, and the puppet avatar could automatically fight against the enemy. But what did it see now? I can't feel where it is anymore. So, if the mother behind Jiao Yazi isn't as powerful as me, or if she didn't expect him to come to Heaven Stage Island, it's reasonable that we lost contact. So that's how it is. Lin Yi was a little disappointed after hearing it. However, he also knew that if what the ghost said was true, he would not be able to survive. Then, Lin didn't have to think about recovering Jiao Yazi for the time being. However, what made Lin Yi a little puzzled was that he didn't seem to receive any information. Could it be that he could only unlock the memory when his strength reached a certain level? Thinking that Jiao Lao wouldn't lie to him, then he would wait and see. In addition to Jiao Lao, there was also the Skybolt pig lying in the space of the jade pendant. This was brought here by Lin Yi considering the Skybolt pig's treasure hunting characteristics. However, it was now unconscious. Fortunately, there was no threat to its life. It seemed that it only needed to rest in the space of the jade pendant for a while. It should be able to recover in the future. It seemed that even if the spirit beast was in the space of the jade pendant, it was still somewhat affected. This teleportation array should be specially designed for human cultivators. With the mentality of taking things as they come, Lin Yi decided to stabilize his Heavenly Dao level first, which was the early stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Having just broken through to the early stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm, Lin Yi's foundation wasn't very stable yet. He had to stabilize it as soon as possible. 2 hours later, Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes because he felt that his cave dwelling's forbidden spell seemed to have vibrated just now. However, it wasn't the kind of violent destruction. It was more like some kind of transmission, as if someone in the secular world had pressed the doorbell. Getting up and removing the forbidden spell, Lin Yi walked out of his cave dwelling. He noticed that the other newcomers were also walking out of their respective caves with a puzzled look on their faces. The situation seemed to be the same as him. They had received a transmission. Seeing that Lin Yi came out, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai consciously leaned towards him. After the previous matter of changing the cave dwelling, the three of them had already become a small group, and the backbone was naturally Lin Yi. At the same time, senior brother Ku Bai, who was standing not far away, also walked towards the three of them. Greetings, senior brother Ku. Lin Yi and the other two greeted him. Not only Lin Yi and Xiao Ran, even Xiao Hongkai didn't dare to be disrespectful. Of course, this was all because of Lin Yi. Otherwise, even if he didn't directly ignore this extremely weak senior brother steward like the others, he wouldn't have greeted him so attentively. Greetings, junior brothers. Seeing the three of them greet him together, senior apprentice brother Bitter was a little excited. Ever since he took the position of senior apprentice brother, he had never enjoyed this kind of treatment. Although if this were to happen to other senior apprentice brothers, even if there were many newcomers who took the initiative to greet him, it would be a matter of course. However, he was different. From the first day he took the position, he was directly made a figurehead by the powerful senior brother, Meng Jueguang. He was completely an invisible person on the periphery. All the dirty and tiring work was done by him, but he didn't have any power in his hands. His character was weak, and he had no binding force or deterrence to the newcomers. If anyone dared to get close to him, they would even be made trouble by Meng Jueguang. If he still wanted people to be respectful to him, then he would really be seeing a ghost. However, now that there were new junior brothers like Lin Yi under him, senior apprentice brother Ku Bai regained some of his dignity as a senior apprentice brother steward. He couldn't help but feel tears welling up in his eyes. He secretly swore in his heart that even if it was for these junior brothers, he couldn't be as weak as before. At least, he couldn't let them be bullied too badly by Meng Jueguang in the future. Senior brother Ku, was it you who triggered our cave abode's forbidden spell just now? Linist. Senior apprentice brother Ku Bai nodded. That's right. It was senior brother Meng's order. He went to greet a few distinguished guests and asked me to call all of you out to wait. Greet a few distinguished guests? To call everyone out in such a big scene, could it be that some big shot had come from above? Chapter 3568. What are they doing here? Could it be that Kong Ming Ming instigated this envoy to find trouble with me? Lin Yi's heart was slightly moved. With Kong Ming Ming's vengeful personality, if he hugged a thick thigh, it would be natural for him to seek revenge. Previously, in the secular world, although they had signed a peace treaty, but now that everyone had joined the welcoming pavilion, presumably, the other people would no longer care about the treaty. Lin Yi remained calm as he watched the few people slowly walk over. He could only react accordingly. Although the envoy from Soaring Sky Pavilion was very strong, he was also an early-stage foundation establishment expert. Even if they really fought, he might not be at a disadvantage. If he couldn't win, couldn't he run? Moreover, the welcoming pavilion had its own rules. It should not allow these people to casually make a move on the new disciples. Young Master Su, please wait a moment. Let me introduce you to these new disciples, in case they don't recognize Mount Tai and offend you. Meng Jueguang nodded and bowed to Su Lingchong with a flattering expression. Although the other party was the young master of Soaring Sky Pavilion, strictly speaking, there was no intersection between him and the manager of Blue Cloud Pavilion. However, if he neglected him because of this, then he really could not be any more stupid. Don't forget that Welcoming Pavilion's pavilion master Hu Yunfeng's backer is the Soaring Sky Pavilion's elder. This young Master Su could casually say a few words and Meng Jueguang would be annihilated in a matter of minutes. Su Lingchong nodded slightly. Only then did Meng Jueguang turn to the group of new disciples of Blue Cloud Pavilion. He immediately changed his dignified expression and said in a clear voice, "All of you listen up. This is young Master Su, Su Lingchong. He is the grandson of Soaring Sky Pavilion's third elder and also the inner disciple manager of Soaring Sky Pavilion. I don't need to say how honorable his status is. Why don't you quickly greet Senior Brother Su?" Greetings, Senior Brother Su. The group of new disciples of Blue Cloud Pavilion hurriedly greeted him in unison. Forget it. Su Lingchong waved his hand impatiently. Towards these clear Cloud Pavilion's lowest rung of the ladder, he didn't care. He had no interest in meeting him at all. He turned to Meng Jueguang and ordered, "Hurry up and get down to business. Don't waste my time." All right. Meng Jueguang hurriedly replied and turned to look at the crowd. Young Master Su is here for the new deacon, although it has nothing to do with you. But each of you has one vote in your hands, so I still have to explain it to you. Everyone knows that in our welcome pavilion, in addition to the 3 pavilion masters, there are also 2 steward senior brothers who are responsible for everyone's daily training, resource allocation, task allocation, and so on. The affairs are complicated. And in order to better manage you new disciples, in order to improve the relationship between you new disciples, the Welcoming Pavilion has specially created a new deacon position in addition to the 6 steward senior brothers. His responsibility is to distribute low-level tasks to the new disciples of the 3 pavilions, such as cleaning, kitchen cooking, and so on. And this new deacon will be voted for by all the new disciples. Only those who get more than 2/3 of the votes can be elected. Everyone understands, right? The group of new disciples suddenly understood. Those who were slightly smarter quickly figured out the trick. This new deacon position, although nominally only responsible for distributing some low-level tasks, didn't involve any cultivation resources and didn't seem to have any profits to speak of, but this was all just on the surface. In reality, for any new disciple, this position was extremely important. There were 3 reasons. First, as the only new deacon in the Welcome Pavilion, he would naturally be the role model for all the new disciples. Even if it was for the sake of the entire Welcome Pavilion's face, they would inevitably tilt some cultivation resources towards him. Otherwise, as the role model of the new disciples, if he couldn't even pass the foundation establishment stage, wouldn't that make everyone laugh their heads off? Second, although the new deacon was only responsible for distributing some low-level tasks, But as long as he did it well, he could completely establish a wide network of contacts among the new disciples of the three pavilions, which would greatly benefit his future development. For example, no one was willing to do the task of cleaning the latrines. I assigned it to others, but not to you. Then shouldn't you think of me as a good person? Third, since the new deacon was a position in the welcome pavilion, he would definitely have a position and treatment. Even if it wasn't as good as the steward senior brothers, there would still be some subsidies. Compared to the other new disciples, he would naturally have a head start. After thinking through these 3 points, the thoughts of the new disciples in the blue cloud pavilion suddenly became active. Since the position of the new deacon was voted for, then wouldn't they also have a chance? If they sat in the position of the new deacon, wouldn't they also have a meteoric rise in the future? However, after seeing the aggressive gazes of Su Lingsheng and the others, everyone's faces immediately stiffened. They immediately reacted. For the new disciples of the Blue Cloud Pavilion, this was simply an unrealistic fantasy. Among all the new disciples of the three pavilions, one had to get more than 2/3 of the votes in order to be elected. What kind of concept was this? This meant that not only would they have to completely conquer all the new disciples in the Blue Cloud Pavilion, they would also have to conquer at least half of the new disciples in the Soaring Pavilion and the Mysterious Pavilion. Was this even possible? Not to mention the second-generation cultivators in the Soaring Pavilion, even the old men in the Mysterious Pavilion wouldn't care about you. You want them to vote for the useless new disciples of the Blue Cloud Pavilion? Dream on. According to past experience, the new deacon position is usually taken by the new disciples of the Soaring Pavilion. Occasionally, it would be snatched away by the Mysterious Pavilion, but as for our Blue Cloud Pavilion, this has never happened before, the bitter senior brother explained to Lin Yi and the others in a low voice. Lin Yi nodded. This was all to be expected. Apart from themselves, the second-generation cultivators in the Soaring Pavilion would not care about the new disciples of the other two pavilions at all. The old men in the Mysterious Pavilion, on the other hand, had a bit of a competitive edge because they were stronger. As for the Blue Cloud Pavilion, they could only be bystanders in this kind of situation. For them, the only difference was whether they would be conquered by the Soaring Pavilion or the Mysterious Pavilion. That was all. It seems that everyone has already understood. That's good. Meng Jueguang was already used to this kind of thing, and he would not have any unrealistic ambitions to fight for the new disciples of the Blue Cloud Pavilion. He immediately turned around and invited Kong Ming Ming, who was beside him, and said, "This is junior brother Kong Ming Ming of the Soaring Pavilion. He is also a candidate that young Master Su has strongly supported. When the voting begins tomorrow morning, everyone should know what to do, right?" Chapter 3569. On the other hand, the other newcomers were silent. They looked at Meng Jueguang with a strange gaze. Even if the newcomers of Blue Cloud Pavilion didn't have the ability to compete for the position of newcomer deacon, but as the senior brother steward of Blue Cloud Pavilion, he was so attentively canvassing for votes for outsiders. Wasn't this a little too disappointing for his own people? Fellow disciples of Blue Cloud Pavilion, I'll leave tomorrow's voting in your hands. If I, Kong Ming Ming, take the position of newcomer deacon, I won't mistreat you in the future. Kong Ming Ming took the opportunity to make a solemn vow to the crowd. Of course, what he said was purely a lie. If he really became the new deacon, all the dirty and tiring work would eventually fall onto the Clear Cloud Pavilion's new disciples. Could it be that he would let the Soaring Sky Pavilion's second-generation disciples do the menial chores? Not to mention the Soaring Sky Pavilion's second-generation cultivators, even those powerful old fogies from the Profound Secrets Pavilion were not people Huang Xiaolong was willing to offend. The easiest targets to bully were the new trash disciples from the Clear Cloud Pavilion. Hee, rest assured, junior brother Kong. The newcomers of Blue Cloud Pavilion don't have many good points, but they are absolutely obedient. Just wait to become a newcomer deacon. When the time comes, don't forget about me. Meng Jueguang said with a smile. Although Kong Ming was a newcomer from the secular world like Lin Yi, he had the backing of Su Lingcheng, the young master of Soaring Sky Pavilion's inner sect. In Meng Jueguang's eyes, Kong Ming's weight was naturally different. He was worth fawning over. Then I'll have to trouble senior brother Meng to help me keep an eye on it. This opportunity is very important to me. I can't afford to fail, Kang Mingming said worriedly. This was related to his personal future, so he had to be careful. Hee, junior brother Kang, you can rest assured. This is an open secret ballot. If anyone dares to disobey, I'll teach them a lesson, Meng Jueguang said without concealment. Hearing this, the newcomer's expressions changed. The threat was a little too direct. However, the rookies finally understood. Since they had no hope of being elected, it did not matter who they voted for. There was no need to offend Meng Jueguang, the eldest senior brother in charge, over such a trivial matter. Seeing that everyone nodded obediently, Meng Jueguang could not help but point his chin at Kang Mingming proudly. However, when he saw Lin Yi and the other two, his expression changed. Because Lin Yi and the other two didn't have any intention of going along with him. They just stood there with their arms crossed. He looked on coldly from the sidelines. The others were afraid of Meng Jueguang because they were afraid that he would make things difficult for them in the future. However, Lin Yi and the other two were already on bad terms with him. Even if they obeyed him now, there would be no benefit. It was better to act tough. After all, to Lin Yi, even if he did not want to offend Meng Jueguang, he had already offended them. And this time, if Kang Mingming was elected as a new deacon, there would be some trouble in the future. At least, the dirtiest and most tiring work would definitely be spread to him. So this time he definitely could not let him have his way. In fact, even if Su Lingchong helped him settle the Soaring Pavilion's votes, he might not be able to settle the old men in the mysterious pavilion. And according to the rules, the votes had to exceed 2/3. As long as the Blue Cloud Pavilion's Lin Yi and the other two did not agree, even if the others voted for him, there was a high possibility that he would not be elected in the end. Just now, he had already patted his chest and said something big, but in the end he immediately saw someone not cooperating. Meng Jueguang's old face suddenly became a little hot. If it was someone else, he would have scolded them long ago. However, facing a troublesome newbie like Lin, there was nothing he could do. He clearly didn't want to listen to you. Even if you made things difficult for him in the future, he wasn't afraid of you. What else could you do? Senior brother Meng, can't you handle them? Kang Mingming quickly realized that something was wrong. After all, Lin Yi and company's unwavering stance was the complete opposite of the other rookies' submissive performance. Furthermore, Lin Yi was a thorn in his side that he paid special attention to. It was hard for him not to notice it. There are always some arrogant newbies who don't want to be disciplined. There's still a long way to go. Your brother, will let them know how powerful I am. Meng Jueguang could only say with a shy face. There's still a long way to go. Kang Mingming couldn't help but roll his eyes. For Meng Jueguang, of course, there was still a long way to go. However, he couldn't wait. The voting would be held tomorrow morning. If he couldn't win over the Blue Cloud Pavilion's side, the votes might not reach 2/3. Then all his efforts would be in vain. No, he had to quickly nip the risk in the bud. As for seeking revenge on Lin Yi, as long as he became the new deacon, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Kang Mingming had no choice but to explain the situation to Su Lingchong. Su Lingchong nodded and signaled him to personally settle it. After all, Kang Mingming was someone he publicly supported. Before coming here, he had already built up enough momentum. If he couldn't get the new deacon tomorrow, then if word got out, even he, Master Su, would lose face along with him. Kang Mingming was instantly overjoyed. He quickly followed behind Su Lingchong and walked towards Lin. He thought to himself, now that Master Su is personally taking action, let's see if Lin Yi can still be so stubborn. Zhong Pingliang, who was also following behind, was a little worried. Although on the surface, he had defected to Su Lingchong's side, he was actually Lin Yi's spy. After interacting with Su Lingchong for a few hours, he already knew that Su Lingchong not only had a strong background, but his own strength was also extremely high. If Boss Lin were to rashly talk back to him, it was very likely that he would suffer a huge loss. You're Lin? I heard that you're very prestigious in the secular world. Su Lingchong led his men and stopped in front of Lin Yi, his face full of mockery as he spoke condescendingly. This instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Seeing that the main character was actually this secular world's Lin Yi, they couldn't help but reveal expressions of watching a good show. Sure enough, acting tough was met with lightning. This Lin Yi seemed to be in big trouble. Su Lingchong actually disdained to stand up for Kong Ming before. With his status in the North Island of Heaven Island, he was a famous existence in the three pavilions. It seemed a little unreasonable for him to teach an outer sect disciple who had just entered Heaven Island a lesson. If people knew about it, it would seem like he was bullying the weak. However, Su Lingchong was really angry today. Previously, he brought Kong Ming to the mysterious pavilion. Although the two old stewards of the mysterious pavilion gave him face and helped Kong Ming advertise a little, it could be seen that they weren't very enthusiastic. Only a few people responded, and it was unknown whether they were sincere or not. This made him feel a little embarrassed, but after all, the mysterious pavilion's strength was only slightly inferior to the soaring pavilion. He, Su Lingchong, didn't have the strength to act tough with these old men. Chapter 3570. Is that so? I'm Lin Yi, but whether I'm awe-inspiring in the secular world or not, I really don't know. Lin Yi replied indifferently. Heh, it seems like Kong Ming is right, you really know how to act cool. Seeing Lin Yi's indifferent expression, Su Lingchong was instantly amused. But let me remind you, Heavenly Island isn't your secular world with thin spiritual energy. There are as many heaven stage experts as dogs here. With your insignificant strength, it's better to tuck your tail between your legs, or else you won't even know how you die. Senior Brother Su's teachings, I'll accept it. Lin Yi was still unmoved. Su Lingchong smiled contemptuously and said, I've already heard about the grudges between you and Kong Ming and Zhong Pingliang in the secular world, but now that you're here on Heavenly Island as your senior brother, I'll make the decision for you. As long as you vote for Kong Ming tomorrow, your grudges in the secular world will be written off. Without waiting for Lin Yi to reply, Su Lingchong immediately turned to leave. After all, from his point of view, he was already giving the other party a lot of face by coming out personally to say these words. As for the other party not agreeing to reconcile, there was no possibility at all, unless this Lin Yi's brain was kicked by a donkey. However, Lin Yi's following words made his expression change abruptly. Senior Brother Su's good intentions, forgive me for not being able to accept it. What? Su Lingchong's footsteps stopped, then he turned around in disbelief and looked coldly at Lin. Brat, say it again. Oh. Lin Yi had a very obedient look as he said, since Senior Brother Su asked me to say it, then I have to say it. I'll say Senior Brother Su's good intentions, forgive me for not being able to accept it, I won't vote for Kong Ming. As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. To directly reject young Master Su without giving him any face, did this Lin Yi really think that this was the secular world where he could do whatever he wanted? Did he not know that he could easily beat him to the ground with just one hand? At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Yi as if they were looking at a dead man. Even Pavilion Master Hu Yunfeng had to curry favor with this young Master Su. He, a mere newcomer from the secular world, actually dared to disobey young Master Su in public. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? Alright, very good. You do have character. Su Lingchong was instantly so angry that he started laughing instead. In this mere welcome pavilion, he'd never encountered a newcomer that dared to go against him in public, and Lin Yi was the first. It seems like you still know some rules. You know that an inner court disciple like me can't attack an outer court disciple like you. That's why you're so unbridled. Su Lingchong thought that he'd figured out where Lin Yi's confidence came from, and immediately sneered, but you've probably forgotten one thing. You can only stay in the welcome pavilion for a year. After a year, no matter if you've successfully entered the foundation establishment stage and entered the Blue Cloud Pavilion, you might still be a piece of trash and be sent to do hard labor. In any case, no matter what, at that time, no one will be able to protect you. Facing such an undisguised threat, Lin Yi's expression still didn't change, and he just looked at the other party calmly. Su Lingchong felt as if he'd punched cotton. If it was any other newcomer that was threatened by him like this, they would have long been scared witless and quickly begged for mercy. There'd never been a guy like Lin Yi who was impervious to even water. It seems like you still don't understand your situation. You're really a big person. Su Lingchong looked at Lin Yi as if he was looking at an idiot, and continued to sneer. Even if I don't make a move against you, don't think that everything will be fine if you hide in the welcome pavilion for a year. To tell you the truth, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. When the time comes, I'll still make you cry rhythmically. I've always been like this, there's no other way. Eat when you should, drink when you should, don't forget to keep things in your heart. Take a bubble bath. Wash your feet and feel comfortable for a second. If there's wine today, get drunk today. If there's worry tomorrow, worry tomorrow. Lin Yi shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly. He'd seen this kind of threat many times when he was in the secular world. At that time, his strength was lower than now. Wasn't he still as lively as before? And crying rhythmically? At that time, who knew who would be the one crying? Those who had threatened Lin either died, became Lin Yi's underlings, or lived under someone else's protection. For example, Kang Ming was like this. Perhaps, after a certain period of time, this Su Lingchong would need someone's protection to be safe. You're very good. If that's the case, then I won't say any more. Meng Jueguang, you know what to do, right? Su Lingchong's face was livid, and he looked at Meng Jueguang and asked coldly. Don't worry, young Master Su. In the future, he'll say goodbye to cultivation resources. Meng Jueguang quickly said. Pumph. Meng Jueguang nodded, snorted, and turned to leave. In the end, Meng Jueguang's words helped him regain some face. Kang Ming listened to Meng Jueguang's words, and he was overjoyed. In the Heaven Stage North Island, he wanted to improve without cultivation resources? That was simply a fool's talk. Don't look at how powerful Lin Yi was now. Everyone was at the peak of Heaven Stage late stage, and their starting point was the same. Now that Kang Ming was an elixir master, he would be weaker, but when he broke through to the early stage of Heaven Stage Foundation establishment, it would be Lin Yi's time of death. He gave a middle finger to Lin Yi gloatingly. Although he was a little disappointed that Lin Yi didn't agree to vote, it wasn't a big deal. At most, he could just turn around and get a few more votes from the mysterious pavilion. Just now, there were a few old men who still had some respect for Su Lingchong. As long as he promised enough benefits, they would still support him. In contrast, Lin Yi had completely offended Su Lingchong, which was a bigger gain. This way, even without him urging, Su Lingchong would take the initiative to think of ways to deal with Lin Yi. Lin Yi was ready to cry. At the same time, on the other side, although Zhong Pingliang didn't speak to Lin Yi, he still gave Lin Yi a few glances before leaving. He was originally a spy, and now that Su Lingchong was preparing to deal with Lin Yi, it was time for him to come in handy. When the time came, he could inform Lin Yi. After Su Lingchong and the others left, the other newcomers looked at Lin Yi with schadenfreude, and then they laughed and went their separate ways. Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong were in a good mood at the moment. They laughed at each other and said, now someone is going to be in big trouble. Idiots from the secular world really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Seeing these people leave, the bitter senior brother said with a face full of worry, Junior brother Lin Yi, you were too rash just now. Take a step back and you'll see the world. A cultivation second generation like Su Lingchong isn't someone we can afford to offend. Chapter 3571. Lin Yi smiled and said, Senior brother Ku, you don't have to worry. I'll take responsibility for my own actions. Even if Su Lingchong wants to deal with me, I won't let you be implicated. Besides, isn't it just a lack of cultivation resources? I'm already in cave residence number 14 now. How bad can it be? Furthermore, even without Su Lingchong's words, what do you think Meng Jueguang would have given me in the monthly distribution of spiritual jades? Is there a difference? This is true. Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai looked at each other and couldn't help but feel helpless. Lin Yi had already offended Meng Jueguang previously. Indeed, even without Su Lingchong's instructions, Lin Yi's future would not be easy. Junior brother Lin, don't worry too much. Don't worry. Since things have come to this, I won't just stand by and watch. After all, I'm the steward's second senior brother. Senior brother Bitter said. However, when he said the words, steward's second senior brother, he still lacked confidence. That's right. With senior brother Ku's protection, If the two of us have cultivation resources, we can't enjoy them alone. We will definitely give them to Brother Lin. Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai listened and quickly said, "If we work together, we can be considered a small circle." If this was said, others would probably scoff at it. After all, under the leadership of Senior Brother Ku, what could they do? However, they had already been labeled as Lin Yi's group. If they retreated at this time, it would only be more ridiculed. It was better to bite the bullet and fight with Lin Yi to the end. Maybe there would be a chance to turn things around. "Thank you for your support." Lin Yi was a little touched. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. In terms of friendship, he didn't have a deep relationship with the three of them. However, they could not abandon each other at this time. It could be seen that the three of them had good characters. He didn't misjudge them. After a few words, the few of them went back to their cave residences to cultivate. The next morning, after all the newcomers had gathered, they were led by Meng Jueguang to the main hall of the welcoming pavilion. As mentioned yesterday, this morning was the day to vote for the new deacon. Lin Yi saw Kang Mingming and Zhong Pingliang again, but he didn't see Su Lingchong. He thought about it and realized that Su Lingchong was an inner disciple of the Soaring Pavilion, not the manager of the welcoming pavilion. He came out as a guide yesterday. Usually, he would stay in the Soaring Sky Pavilion. However, even though Su Lingchong had left, it didn't mean that his threat had disappeared. This was because Lin Yi had clearly noticed that Pavilion Master Hu Yunfeng had intentionally sized him up, and there wasn't any good intentions within that gaze. It seemed that after yesterday's matter, Hu Yunfeng had set his sights on him. After all, this welcoming pavilion lord was a loyal lackey of Soaring Sky Pavilion. Lin Yi was secretly vigilant. However, although Hu Yunfeng was the welcoming pavilion lord, he was the #1 figure here. If there wasn't a special reason, it wouldn't be easy for him to deal with him openly. He just had to be more careful in the future. It was nothing more than making things difficult for him. With the jade space as his back, Lin Yi wasn't afraid of his opponent's little tricks. Seeing that all the newcomers from the three pavilions had arrived, Hu Yunfeng introduced the position of the new deacon. Then it went straight to the voting stage. This was an open secret vote, which meant that no matter who voted for whom, everyone could see it on the spot. There was no under-the-table manipulation. Of course, canvassing for votes like Kang Mingming yesterday was also allowed and not against the rules. Of course, canvassing for votes like Kang Mingming yesterday was also allowed and not against the rules. In order to facilitate the voting, the stewards of the three pavilions would report their respective nominees in advance. On the Soaring Sky Pavilion side, it was Kang Mingming. On the Mysterious Pavilion side, it was Zhang Lixing, a Heaven Stage Great Perfection newcomer from Heaven Stage Island. As for the Blue Cloud Pavilion side, because there was no hope of being elected, they didn't even nominate a candidate. So, if there were no accidents, the new deacon would be produced between Kang Mingming and Zhang Lixing. Under the organization of the 6 steward seniors, the voting proceeded in an orderly manner. The final result was, Kang Mingming had 27 votes, Zhang Lixing had 18 votes. Kang Mingming's expression immediately turned ugly. Although the number of votes he had far exceeded Zhang Lixing, the problem was that it wasn't enough. There were a total of 45 newcomers in the three pavilions. To be elected as the new deacon, he needed at least 2/3 of the votes. In other words, including his own votes, he needed at least 30 votes, and he was 3 votes short. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Soaring Sky Pavilion's 15 votes were all given to Kang Mingming, the Mysterious Pavilion's 15 votes were all given to Zhang Lixing, and the Blue Cloud Pavilion's 12 votes were given to Kang Mingming. The remaining 3 crucial votes were given to Zhang Lixing. And the people who cast these 3 crucial votes were Lin Yi, Xiao Ran, and Xiao Hongkai. Kang Mingming was burning with anger, but he couldn't do anything. After yesterday's incident, Lin Yi not voting for him was already expected. So, he deliberately dragged Su Lingchong to the Mysterious Pavilion again, hoping to get a few loose votes to fill the vacancy. In the end, these people had agreed to it yesterday, but he didn't expect that they would all vote for Mysterious Pavilion's Zhang Lixing today, causing him to fail on the verge of success. Because the two of them have less than 2/3 of the votes, this voting is invalid. The position of the new deacon is temporarily empty. After next month's ranking competition, according to the strength of these two candidates, the pavilion masters will discuss and choose a new deacon. After all, these two candidates were jointly recommended by everyone. Now, because of the lack of votes, there isn't a new deacon. So, when the time comes, whoever is stronger will take over. Although Hu Yunfeng was instructed by Su Lingchong to let Kang Mingming take over, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he couldn't lie through his teeth as the pavilion master. So, he could only announce it in this way. However, Hu Yunfeng cleverly said that after the ranking competition ended, the pavilion masters would choose a deacon from these two candidates. That meant that these people wouldn't have a chance to vote again. Who to choose would be decided by the pavilion masters. He said it in a dignified manner, and others couldn't find any fault with it. He was really a complete hypocrite. Fortunately, this guy didn't get his way. Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. They were all Lin Yi's group. If they really let Kang Mingming take over, their days would definitely not be good. Now, at least for the next month, they didn't have to worry about this matter. Chapter 3572. Moreover, Hu Yunfeng had already made it very clear that Kang Mingming's promotion would only be delayed for a month. We'll see. Kang Mingming scolded angrily. Zhong Pingliang, who was beside him, also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was forced to choose Kang Mingming, otherwise he wouldn't be able to go undercover. He was really afraid that Kang Mingming would be elected smoothly. After the voting, the newcomers of the three pavilions returned to their respective caves, but they didn't leave. Instead, they waited excitedly for the steward to give them the most important benefit of the welcome pavilion, 1 piece of spiritual jade per month. 1 piece of spiritual jade per month. This is the rule of our welcome pavilion. When I call your name, come up one by one to receive it. Meng Jueguang's gaze swept across everyone, and when his gaze swept across Lin Yi and the other two, he deliberately paused, and a trace of a sinister smile flashed across his face. 15 pieces of spiritual jade were spread out on a piece of red cloth one by one, sparkling and white. Even from a distance of a few feet, everyone could feel the lingering spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was pure and rich, and even these sky-class masters who had cultivated for many years couldn't help but show a covetous expression. Even Lin Yi, after seeing these spiritual jades full of essence, was slightly dazed. His previous guess was right, the nature was indeed similar to the energy stones in the secular world, but the two were worlds apart just from the appearance alone, not to mention the density of the spiritual energy inside. When one's strength reached the late stage of sky class, the energy stones in the secular world could at most assist in cultivation, but these spiritual jades could be used to assist in breaking through to the foundation realm of sky class. The difference between the two was obvious. However, these spiritual jades also differed in size. The largest was the size of an adult's fist, and the smallest was only comparable to an egg. The difference between the two was at least double. Of course, most of the spiritual jades were about the same size. Meng Jueguang directly picked the largest spiritual jade and handed it to Meng Tong. The latter, on the other hand, waved the spiritual jade in front of Lin Yi as if he was showing off before walking to the side happily. After that, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongcai's expressions changed as they watched Meng Jueguang distribute the larger spiritual jades to the other rookies. Needless to say, the smallest 3 pieces of spirit jade would definitely belong to the 3 of them. Indeed, the spiritual jades that Lin Yi and the other 2 obtained in the end were not particularly large. Lin Yi's was the smallest. Even if the 3 of them added up, they might not be able to compare to Meng Tong's piece. Consider yourselves lucky this time. The smallest spiritual jade is at least the size of a chicken's egg. Next time, I'll spend some time to go to the storeroom and pick a few smaller ones. I'll let you know who's in charge here. Meng Jueguang looked at the 3 complacently. He laughed heartily without any scruples and swaggered away. Without Su Lingchong's support, he did not dare to go overboard. After all, although he was not afraid in the welcoming pavilion, if someone used this matter to impeach him in the 3 pavilions, he would also be reprimanded. But now it was different. Su Lingchong had hinted to him in front of many people. If something happened, Su Lingchong would naturally absolve him. Who was Su Lingchong? He was the grandson of the most powerful of the three pavilions, the Soaring Sky Pavilion's third elder. Other than a few second or third generation cultivators, he was someone who could do whatever he wanted. No one dared to offend him because of a commoner. Using public office to avenge a personal grudge. This is too much. Xiao Hongkai was so angry that her face turned red. She was filled with righteous indignation. Indeed. If we let him do this, won't we be at a disadvantage in the future? Senior brother Ku, you have to help us think of a way. Xiao Ran deeply felt the same way. Actually, I also want to help you, but the matter of the distribution of the spiritual jades. Senior brother Meng never let me intervene. I don't know what to do. Senior brother Ku said helplessly with a bitter face. He really wanted to help, but he could not. When they went to the storeroom to get the spiritual jades, senior brother Meng did not bring him at all. What else could he do? At this time, Linny said, "Forget it. Don't make things difficult for senior brother Ku. Anyway, the cave abode for cultivation is already good. Although the spiritual jades are a little small, as long as he works hard, he will still have a chance in next month's ranking competition." Hearing Linny say this, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai felt a little relieved. The spiritual jades were not enough to make up for the cave abode. At the end of the day, cultivation still depended on oneself. It was useless to blame others. The cultivation world was like this. Xiao Ran had also experienced it in the secular world. The Xiao family was worse than those ancient aristocratic families, so they had fewer resources. Didn't they still have to cultivate? What was the use of being envious of others? And Xiao Hongkai was even more so in the North Island of Heaven stage. Compared with those disciples of the three pavilions who were born with the second or third generation of cultivation, there was no comparison. Since there was a cave abode to make up for it, the two hurried back to their respective cave abodes to cultivate after informing Lin. Heaven rewarded the diligent. As long as they worked hard, they did not believe that they would lose to others. As for Lin Yi, he did not immediately return to the cave abode. Instead, he stopped senior brother Ku. "Junior brother Lin, I know you don't feel good." The bitter senior brother said with a bitter expression, "Actually, I feel very guilty. As the steward senior brother, I can't help you with anything. I'm really bitter." Lin Yi did not expect senior brother Ku to say this. He could not help but laugh. "Senior brother Ku, I am not looking for you about this. If I cared about this, I would not have given the cave abode to Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai. I am looking for you about something else." "But, I see." Senior brother Ku thought about it and agreed. If Lin Yi cared about this cultivation resource, why would he give it to someone else? It seemed that Lin Yi was really a generous person. He had thought too much. "Junior brother Lin, then why are you looking for me?" "It's like this, senior brother Ku. No matter what, you are the senior brother in charge of the Welcome Pavilion. You have been here for a long time. You should have heard something about the opening of Heaven Stage Island in the secular world and the inheritors?" Lin Yi pondered for a moment and asked. He wanted to ask these questions when he came to Heaven Stage Island. However, the Heaven Stage Island was completely different from what he had imagined. There were a lot of masters there, and the competition was so fierce. Lin Yi and the others were originally favored by the heavens. They were all top masters in the secular world. However, when they came here, they really became newcomers. They were even outer disciples. This difference was really hard to adapt to. Chapter 3573. But now, not to mention meeting Zhang Liju, he didn't even know if he could survive in the North Island. "I know a little. I didn't know these things before, but before we became envoys, the welcoming pavilion would give us targeted training, so I know a little." The bitter Shixiang nodded. "Why do you ask, Junior Lin? If that's the case, then do you know what happens to the inheritors when we open the island?" Lin Yi asked. "Inheritors? Isn't that just a tool to open the island?" The bitter Shixiang paused. "Don't you guys use inheritors to get on the island? Generally speaking, the inheritor will be crippled after opening the heavenly island." "Crippled? What do you mean?" Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. In order to protect the benefits of the disciples on the island, We can't let too many practitioners from the common world onto the island, and so we set up a barrier for the island, the bitter Shixiang explained. The bitter senior brother explained, only the top experts of the secular world can go to the island. Although the 7 inheritors are also top experts, in order to prevent too many people from going to the island, the 7 inheritors and the medium of the inheritance, which is the one who opened the island, are generally crippled. When they are under the pressure of the various types of power released by the heavenly gate, their spiritual sense and spiritual force have been drained dry. After the heavenly gate opens, they will be unconscious. Generally speaking, they are just sacrificial tools for these top experts to come to the island. However, it doesn't mean that all inheritors and mediums will faint. Last time, there were a few inheritors who came to the island. Of course, this is all hearsay. As for the specifics, you'll have to ask those at the same level as the elders to know. What? Lin Yi didn't expect the truth to be like this, even though he had some guesses. Although he had guessed it before, hearing it from the bitter Shixiang's mouth still made Lin Yi uncomfortable. Yao Yao, Shu, Tang Yun, Xiao Xiao, Jiao, Guan Xian, Bing Tang, they all fainted. Perhaps they didn't want him to get hurt. That was why they fainted. They were afraid that he would get hurt, so they used all their strength. They all fainted just like Xiaoke. However, this made Lin Yi heave a sigh of relief. Since it was also under the pressure, and the spirit was exhausted, it was similar to Xiaoke's situation. Zhang Liju should be able to save her. Lin Yi nodded and said, "Thank you, Senior Brother Ku. I understand." Junior Brother Lin, focus on your cultivation. After the matter of the spiritual jade, Meng Jueguang won't target you in any other way for the time being. Work hard and get a good result in the competition in a month's time. Ruthlessly kill these people's prestige. Senior Brother Ku Bai encouraged. Don't worry, I'll try my best, Lin Yi said. Even if it was for Xiaoke and Mengyao, Lin Yi would try his best. If he wanted to go to Sky Class Island to find Zhang Liju, he'd have to get a foothold in the north first. Without a certain status and right to speak, he might not even know how to get to Middle Island. Then I'll leave first. Find me if you need anything. Senior Brother Ku Bai said as he pointed at the mountain opposite Lin Yi's cave. I'm on the mountain over there, cave number 9, okay. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel helpless. There were 3 masters in this pavilion. 6 steward disciples, and Senior Brother Ku Bai's cave number 9. Didn't that mean that he was ranked 9th? It seemed like it was the last cave as well. But thinking about it, even the last cave was stronger than the best one here, right? But there was nothing he could do about it. Even if Senior Brother Ku Bai was the weakest, he still had the title of the steward disciple. Meng Jueguang couldn't restrict him in this aspect. That would be going against the rules of the pavilion. After sending Senior Brother Ku Bai away, Lin Yi started studying the spiritual jade. The quality of the spirit jade was sparkling and translucent, and it was warm and soft to the touch. Not to mention the boundless spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth contained within it. Just the quality of this jade was enough to make the rich and powerful of the world go crazy if it was placed in the secular world. Without the natural tempering of the spiritual energy of the world for thousands of years, it was impossible to produce this kind of jade, and in the common world where the spiritual energy was thin, it was impossible. Even ordinary energy stones, also known as spirit stones, were rare existences in the secular world. Of course, for a practitioner like Lin Yi, the quality of the spiritual energy was just external. The most important thing was the density of the spiritual energy. After carefully feeling and comparing them, Lin Yi realized that although these spirit jades were the same as the energy stones of the common world, the amount of spirit energy contained within them was more than 100 times that of the common world's energy stones. In other words, one spirit jade here was equivalent to 100 energy stones of the same size. No wonder so many people flocked to the spiritual jade. When some newcomers saw the spiritual jade, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva and drool. With the help of the spirit jade, the speed of training would increase by more than 100 times, but to Lin Yi, it didn't have this effect. He tried it for a bit, and he knew that the effect of the spirit jade couldn't compare to his jade space. Putting the spiritual jade aside, Lin Yi thought to himself. It seemed that he could save the spiritual jade in the future. Although he couldn't use it, for other practitioners on the island, it was a precious thing. When the time came, he could use the spiritual jade to exchange for something he needed. 2 days passed in a flash. Just as senior brother had guessed, during these 2 days, Meng Jueguang didn't come looking for trouble. Lin Yi was also happy and free. He took a good time to consolidate his strength and prepared to break through to the peak of the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. However, even with the help of a cultivation artifact like the Jade Space, it was not easy to break through to the peak of the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. No matter how hard Lin Yi tried, the growth of the spiritual energy in his body was very slow. It couldn't be said that there was no growth, but the extent could be said to be negligible. At this speed, if Lin Yi wanted to break through to the peak of the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, he would have to work hard for at least a year and a half. Although this speed was already very good for others, Lin Yi was not satisfied. Strength was the foundation of survival. On the first day that Lin Yi came to the Heavenly Stage Island, he had already made enemies on all sides. Not to mention people like Kong Ming, there were already many enemies in the Foundation Establishment realm. Nearby, there was Meng Jueguang, like a tiger watching its prey, and far away, there was Su Lingchong, who was ready to make a move. Chapter 3574. After all, even if these people couldn't beat Lin Yi, they could still encourage others to deal with Lin Yi, just like how Kong Ming encouraged Su Lingchong and how Meng Tong encouraged Meng Jueguang. But as impatient as he was, Foundation Establishment was a whole new realm. He'd never even heard of it before, and he didn't have any experience with it. No matter how hard he tried to find a way to break through, he didn't know where to start. Hee, I used to think that you were quite smart, but now it seems that it was all a lie. The ghost's laughter suddenly came from the side. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment and looked at the ghost. Senior Ghost, why do you say that? You're obviously guarding a treasure mountain, but you're still wandering around like a headless fly. Don't you think you're stupid? The ghost's tone was full of disdain. Guarding a treasure mountain? Lin Yi was moved and said, You mean there's something around me that can help me break through quickly? Nonsense. Isn't that the one beside you? You want to break through by yourself without relying on external forces? You really think you're a god? The ghost laughed. The one beside me? Lin Yi was stunned. He subconsciously thought that the ghost was talking about the spiritual jade, so he was a little puzzled and said, Although this spiritual jade is good, it's of little value to me. It's not even 1% of the space in the jade pendant. Who said it's outside? I said it's inside the space in the jade pendant. It's in the storage space next door. The ghost reminded him helplessly. In fact, it was not a nosy person. In the past, it rarely interfered with Lin. It was only after Lin Yi landed on the Heavenly Island that it began to take the initiative to communicate with Lin Yi. After all, it also had something to ask of Lin Yi. Lin Yi's strength had improved, so it was one step closer to helping it. In the secular world, it was still a matter of uncertainty. Naturally, the ghost was not in a hurry. But now that they were on the Heavenly Island, it was really right in front of them. It was impossible for them not to be anxious. Hearing this, Lin Yi quickly searched the storage space beside the jade pendant. This space was originally Lin Yi's own, so Lin Yi's speed of finding things was also quite fast. After a while, he had gone through everything in the space of the jade pendant. Finally, his eyes stopped on a pill formula. That was what he had obtained from Zhang Liju's tomb in the mortal world, the method to break through the heavenly Tao left behind by the pill god Zhang Liju, the refinement of the heavenly Tao golden core. The so-called heavenly Tao golden core was also known as the foundation building pill. It was a golden core used by peak heaven rank late perfection stage experts to break through to heavenly Tao foundation building early stage. It was similar to the Qi gathering pill that a peak late phase earth class cultivator used to break through to sky class. Similarly, just like the Qi gathering pill, the Heaven's Path golden pill was also known as the foundation establishment pill. It was effective for cultivators of foundation establishment realm and below. However, after this pill was consumed, it was a little weak. It required a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi to consolidate the realm, just like the extreme qi gathering pill. If one couldn't absorb a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi, it would cause a lack of heaven and earth spiritual qi. If it was light, one would go berserk. If it was heavy, one would lose all their strength. This way, the effect was similar to the extreme qi gathering pill that Kang Ming gave him. Of course, Lin Yi had the space of the jade pendant, so there was no weakness. But for others, the heaven and earth spiritual qi in the cave was no longer enough for the heavenly Tao golden core to absorb heaven and earth spiritual qi. They needed a large amount of spiritual jades to complement it. Only then could it be completed. Therefore, the cost of this was really frighteningly high. Even a second-generation cultivator like Su Lingchong could only consume the foundation establishment pill once or twice. Coupled with a large amount of spiritual jades, he wouldn't be able to afford it if he used it more than once. Because of these two things. Both were very precious, especially the foundation establishment pill. Not everyone could refine it. It required an alchemist, and the success rate was extremely low. The alchemists on the North Island of the Heaven Stage could only successfully refine one pill after 100 attempts. Only the alchemists on the Middle Island had a higher success rate. Not to mention the grandson of the third elder of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, even the grandson of the Pavilion Master was restrained by the other two pavilions. It was impossible to use the foundation establishment pill endlessly. This had to be decided by a meeting of the three pavilions. Senior Ghost, are you talking about the elixir recipe of the Heavenly Tao Golden Core? Although Jing Jing helped me modify the Divine Pesticide Cauldron, and with my current strength, I can also refine this foundation establishment pill, but the key is that I don't have those raw materials. Lin Yi said with some doubts. There is no such thing in the secular world, but it doesn't mean that there is no such thing in the Heavenly Stage Island. You should pay attention here. Maybe there will be an unexpected harvest. The ghost pointed out. Oh, I see. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Ghost. Lin Yi suddenly realized that he was really sitting on a treasure mountain without knowing it. He had not adapted to using the thinking of the Heavenly Stage Island to think about problems, and he still stayed in the secular world. Since he could collect the materials here, and he had this ready-made Heavenly Tao Golden Core pill recipe in his hands, then he could directly collect the medicinal herbs and refine it. After making up his mind, Lin Yi immediately got up and left the cave residence. Lin Yi was now a complete newcomer, and he was unfamiliar with the people and the place. He did not know where to find the materials here. However, even if he did not know, Senior Bitter's senior brother definitely knew. Although Senior Bitter's senior brother did not have much power, he definitely still knew these common sense things. Thinking of this, Lin Yi quickly went down the mountain and came to the opposite mountain. On this mountain, there were not only 9 cave residences, there were more than 10 cave residences, but after the 9th cave residence, no one was using it. Lin Yi came to the front of the 9th cave residence. With Lin Yi's current strength, he could forcibly break the forbidden spell of this cave residence and break in, but Lin Yi did not do so. He could not show his strength now. Lin Yi patted the 9th cave residence with the strength of the peak late-stage heaven stage great perfection, and then slowly waited. Sure enough, after a while, Senior Bitter's senior brother came out of the cave residence with a puzzled look. Under normal circumstances, no one would look for Senior Bitter's senior brother, no one would look for him for anything big or small. Except for some routine activities, Senior Bitter's senior brother would stay in the cave residence and cultivate. Seeing that it was Lin Yi, Senior Bitter's senior brother came to a realization. It turns out to be junior brother Lin. What's the matter? It turned out that no one usually looked for this Senior Bitter's senior brother. His reputation was really well deserved. Chapter 3575. That's right. Senior brother Ku nodded and said, in addition to the fixed monthly distribution of cultivation resources, the rest can be obtained by completing tasks. Low-level tasks and high-level tasks are all issued with cultivation resources. The rest is to participate in the trial, but it's not something you can participate in whenever you want. It depends on the unified arrangement of the Welcome Pavilion. Then, there's the exchange between disciples, and the purchase of cultivation resources in shops. For these two channels, you can go to the North Island Market, where some disciples set up stalls to sell and exchange cultivation resources, and there are also some fixed shops selling these things. I see. Thank you, Senior Brother Ku. Lin Yi nodded after listening. It seemed that this was similar to the cultivation world in the secular world, with exchanges, trials, and markets. Following the direction pointed out by Senior Brother Ku, Lin Yi walked in the direction of the market. From the welcome pavilion to the east, after climbing over 2 mountains, Lin Yi soon found the market, which was bustling with people. It was not impossible to trade for the herbs he needed, or even to directly encounter the ready-made heavenly law golden elixir. However, Lin Yi did not directly enter the market, but turned to a deserted corner and put on the 1,000 silk mask. In this way, he completely changed into a strange face, so that even if there was an accident, he would not be suspected, and his strength would be exposed. Although the market was initially organized by some disciples and rogue cultivators, it had now grown to a large scale over the years. Not only did it have formed shops, but it was also divided into 3 trading streets according to strength. The market was built on the mountain, and the 3 streets existed side by side from the inside to the outside, called the outer street, the middle street, and the inner street. Because of its reputation, not only the inner disciples of the 3 pavilions and the newcomers of the welcome pavilion came to set up stalls, but many rogue cultivator masters from the nearby cultivation villages would also come. There were all kinds of martial arts skills, elixirs, and treasures of heaven and earth, and because everyone's strength was similar, many things happened to be directly used by the newcomers, so this market was famous far and wide, and it was a must-visit place for all newcomers. Lin Yi walked around. He discovered that most of the stalls on the outer street were experts below the heaven stage Great Circle realm. It was the most crowded and lively place. On the other hand, those entering and leaving the middle street were mostly experts in the early stage of the foundation establishment realm and above. The flow of people was slightly smaller than the outer street, but it was still endless. But as for what the innermost inner street looked like, however, Lin Yi did not have the opportunity to meet them because the guard in charge of maintaining order at the street entrance said that his strength was too low and did not allow him to enter. Lin Yi only knew that those who could enter and leave this place were all experts whose strength he could not see through. It seemed like this heavenly island was indeed filled with experts. Lin Yi sighed in his heart. Not bothering about what the inner street looked like, he simply wandered around while looking for the herbs he needed. However, after wandering through the outer street and middle street, Lin Yi only found the 5 herbs listed on the pill recipe. As for the 6th and most crucial herb, the heart-devouring exquisite grass, there was no trace of it. Could it be that there was no heart-devouring exquisite grass on this heaven stage island? Or in other words, could it be that it was only sold in the most mysterious inner street? Lin Yi's heart suddenly tightened. Unwilling to give up, he continued to wander around, but it was still to no avail. Not only that, he did not encounter a ready-made heavenly Dao golden pill. It seemed like this thing was indeed precious and no one took it out to sell or exchange. It seemed like he had to find Senior Brother Ku Bai to inquire about this heart-devouring exquisite grass. Helpless, Lin Yi could only turn around and leave the market. Before he found the heart-devouring exquisite grass, even if he gathered the other 5 herbs, it would be useless. What's more, Lin Yi walked around here for a few rounds and discovered the currency here was not money, but spiritual jades. Now he only had a piece of spiritual jade the size of an egg on hand, and he could not afford these 5 herbs at all. After leaving the market, Lin Yi kept the 1,000 silk mask and went straight to Senior Brother Ku Bai's cultivation cave abode. Once again, he arrived at the entrance of cave abode number 9. Lin Yi slightly activated the cave abode's forbidden spell, and after waiting outside for a while, he saw Senior Brother Ku Bai walk out from inside again. Seeing Lin Yi, Senior Brother Ku Bai couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Junior Brother Lin, why are you here again? Is there anything else?" Lin Yi nodded and asked, "It's like this, Senior Brother Ku Bai, I still want to ask you about something. Do you know where I can find the heart-devouring exquisite grass?" Heart-devouring exquisite grass? Senior Brother Ku Bai frowned and thought for a while, then said uncertainly, "I've heard people mention it before. It's said that this herb is very rare, and we don't have it anywhere else. There's only one place that has it." "Where?" Linus. His worried heart was finally at ease. As long as there was this herb, everything would be easy. Back Mountain. However, that place is a restricted area of the sect. You are not allowed to enter during normal times. Only on the 25th of every month will the disciples of the Welcoming Pavilion be allowed to enter for training. The purpose of this training is to increase your actual combat ability and then seek the opportunity to break through. Senior Brother Kubai explained and then asked with some doubt. But then again, the heart-devouring exquisite grass seems to be a type of poisonous herb. Junior Brother Lin, why are you asking about this? To be honest, Senior Brother Ku, I plan to refine some pills for myself to aid my cultivation, Lin Yi answered, but he did not mention the Heavenly Path Golden Pill. Firstly, although he and Senior Brother Kubai were on the same side, they weren't that close yet. Secondly, it would be useless even if he told them. Senior Brother Kubai wouldn't be able to help. If it was leaked by someone with ulterior motives, it might cause unexpected trouble. As for his identity as an alchemist, even if Lin didn't tell him, Kong Mingming would tell him when the time came, so there was no need to hide it. So, Junior Brother Lin, you are actually an alchemist? Senior Brother Kubai suddenly said in surprise, and his heart was even more shocked. One had to know that although alchemists had a respectable status, their own strength was much weaker than other experts of the same level. Moreover, Lin Yi had clearly defeated Meng Tong, a Heaven Stage Great Perfection expert, with a single move. This Junior Brother Lin was really hiding his strength, repeatedly surprising everyone. Lin Yi smiled in response and didn't say anything. But this is also good. Since you can refine your own pills, even if they aren't that good, they can still make up for the lack of cultivation resources. But I have to remind you, Junior Lin, that those pills from the common world have very limited effects on us, so you should focus more on your training. Making pills doesn't have much of an effect on you. Lin Yi nodded. But I have to remind you, Junior Lin, that the pills from the common world have very limited effects on us. Chapter 3576. Seeing Lin Yi's expression, he knew that Lin Yi still wanted to try, so he didn't try to dissuade him anymore. Anyway, Lin Yi had his own ideas. If he wanted to refine it, then so be it. If the effect of the pill wasn't great, then he would give up. Okay, then I'll thank Senior Brother Ku in advance. But as for the pill refining, let me get the heart-devouring exquisite grass first. This is the most important material. Lin Yi nodded. Since the heart-devouring exquisite grass could only be found at the back of the mountain, and the newcomers were only allowed to enter the mountain on the 25th, then he could only wait for a while. During this time, he could think of a way to get more spiritual jades. Otherwise, even if he got the heart-devouring exquisite grass, he wouldn't have enough spiritual jades to buy the other 5 herbs, and he still wouldn't be able to refine the heavenly golden pill. Thinking of this, Lin Yi asked Senior Brother Kubai, Senior Brother Ku, if I want to get more spiritual jades, what can I do? Well, other than the Welcome Pavilion giving you a piece of spiritual jades every month, there are only 2 ways to get more spiritual jades. Senior Brother Kubai counted with his fingers and said, 1 is if you have any natural treasures, you can sell them in the market. That way, you can exchange them for spiritual jades. You should know this. As for the other way, you can do the daily tasks issued by the Welcome Pavilion for the newcomers. This way, you can also get spiritual jades as a reward. I see. Senior Brother Kubai, can you tell me more about the tasks? Lin Yi asked thoughtfully. As for the first method that Senior Brother Kubai mentioned, it was useless for him now. Firstly, he didn't have any extra natural treasures. Secondly, even if he had them, they were brought up from the secular world. Obviously, they couldn't be sold at a good price on the Heaven Stage Island, so it was better to keep them. Senior Brother Kubai nodded and said, you newcomers aren't strong after all. Also, the purpose of coming here is to cultivate. Breaking through to the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible is the most important thing, so the Welcome Pavilion won't issue really challenging tasks for you. Except for some temporary small tasks, the most common daily task is to enter the spiritual jade mine under our feet to mine. As for the low-level tasks such as cleaning the kitchen that I mentioned to you before, I'm not going to give it to you. For example, if you clean for a year, you might be given 1 or 2 pieces of spiritual jade as a reward at the end of the year. This depends on the new deacon's opinion and whether he will help you apply for it or not. From the looks of it. As for the last one, Lin Yi didn't need to consider it. No matter who became the new deacon, he wouldn't be rewarded, especially Kang Ming Ming. Spirit jades were priceless items. If one spent some effort to do some low-level tasks such as cleaning the kitchen, they would be able to obtain spirit jades. That welcoming pavilion would have gone bankrupt long ago. However, when he heard that the daily task given to the new disciples was to go down and mine, Lin Yi did not expect it. After all, there was a spirit jade mine beneath their feet, and it was normal for them to rely on the mountain to make a living. If it was just to mine, they could just find some able-bodied men to do it. Why bother so many heaven-ranked experts? Senior Brother Ku Bai saw Lin Yi's confusion and immediately said with a smile, "The spirit jade mine is different from other mines. Ordinary people can't go down to mine it." "Why is that? Could there be some special reason?" Lin Yi asked curiously. "Junior Brother Lin, you also know that the spirit jade contains an extremely dense amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi. Even if the spirit jade mine is not specially guided and gathered, the heaven and earth spiritual qi that naturally escapes from it is already far greater than that of the outside world. As for heaven rank and above cultivators like us, the more the better. But for ordinary people without any strength, it's not a good thing. Perhaps half a day later, he would not be able to withstand it and explode to death. Not to mention ordinary people, even cultivators below the heaven stage can't do it." The bitter senior brother shook his head and said, "It's like an ordinary person. He can't live without oxygen, but if he runs into an environment with a high concentration of oxygen, he will die. Instead, you'll get oxygen poisoning and die." Lin Yi nodded after listening. He quickly understood the reason. This was a typical case of the weak not being able to receive nourishment. The heaven and earth spiritual qi was equivalent to a great tonic. But if the tonic was too much, it would become poison. Cultivators like heaven stage experts had already tempered their bodies thousands of times. Compared to ordinary people, their bodies were more than 10 times stronger. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was naturally a tonic to them, but to the weak ordinary people, it was a poison that would take their lives. Ordinary people and low-level cultivators couldn't mine it. After all, the spirit jade mine was a very key strategic resource. It was impossible to find outside cultivators to come in. After thinking about it, the most suitable people to do this job were the newcomers in the welcome pavilion. After all, they were already outer disciples. They could be trusted to use their own people. Of course, this mission could also be done by the inner disciples of the 3 pavilions. But when their strength reached the level of the inner disciples, they could do some challenge missions with higher rewards. There was no need to run to the bottom of the mine to do hard work with these newcomers. It would be shameful if others knew about it. For a newcomer like Lin Yi, of course, there was no need to worry about losing face. Moreover, he was now at a bottleneck in cultivation. No matter how much he meditated, it would be difficult to improve in a short period of time. If he wanted to break through as soon as possible, he could only rely on the Heaven Path Gold Core. Not to mention the heart-devouring exquisite grass, he would only have the chance to enter the back mountain trial on the 25th. If he could earn enough spirit jades before that, he could quickly gather the materials to start refining pills. So in Lin Yi's view, this mining mission was a good choice. Bitter senior brother, how is the reward for this mining mission? Linist. The reward was the key. Although mining was hard work, they were all heaven-ranked experts after all. The reward couldn't be too shabby. Otherwise, no one would be willing to take this mission. 100 miles saving 1. That is to say, for every 100 spirit jades you collect, you can get 1 spirit jade as reward. If you don't have 100 spirit jades for the time being, then you can only collect the reward after you collect 100 spirit jades. Bitter senior brother patiently answered every question. Then he added, on average, a newcomer can collect about 3 to 10 spirit jades a day. It's normal to not be able to mine. But with experience and luck, it's possible to collect 20 to 30 spirit jades a day. Chapter 3577. That does sound good. The bitter senior brother laughed bitterly and shook his head, saying, "But junior brother Lin, don't blame senior brother for discouraging you. The ones in charge of assigning this task are the stewards of the 3 pavilions, and it's not like you don't know about our clear cloud pavilion situation. The decision is all in eldest senior brother's hands. I have no say in this matter." That is a problem. Lin Yi was also helpless. Although he wanted to do this mining task, if Meng Jueguang didn't agree, everything was just fleeting clouds. Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, "Although the decision is in his hands, this is, after all, a recognized daily task of the Welcome Pavilion. In principle, it should be encouraged for newcomers to do it. If I bring it up in front of everyone, even if he is the eldest senior brother, he can't just refuse for no reason, right?" Although Meng Jueguang was the eldest senior brother, the Welcome Pavilion was not opened by his family. Even if he had some power in his hands, it was not something he could do as he pleased. At least on the surface, he had to maintain fairness and justice. Otherwise, if the news spread, there would be people coming to settle accounts with him. That is the reason, but even if he is forced to agree to let you mine, he will still have ways to make things difficult for you. Senior brother Bitter had a deep feeling about this and said, "There are good and bad minerals in the spirit jade mine. In a good mine, you can easily mine spirit jades. If you are lucky, you may be able to mine 100 pieces in 3 to 5 days. In a bad mine, the chances of finding spirit jades are very small. If you are unlucky, even if you work hard for a whole day, you will not be able to mine even 1 piece of spirit jade. This is a common thing. The mining area allocated to our clear cloud pavilion is not that good to begin with. If senior brother Meng sends you to the worst mining area, then to collect all 100 pieces of spirit jades, I don't know how much effort you would have to put in. Perhaps even after 1 or 2 months of hard work, you still wouldn't get paid. Instead, it will delay your own cultivation progress. The gains do not make up for the losses." Senior brother Bitter earnestly advised, afraid that Lin Yi would be stuck in a dead end. "Senior brother Ku, don't worry. I'll think about it carefully." Lin Yi nodded. Lin Yi needed those herbs, and mining was the only way to get them. Of course, he knew the possibility that senior martial brother Ku Bai was talking about. In fact, according to Meng Jueguang's style of doing things, once he mentioned that he wanted to go down to the mines, it was certain that he would be assigned to the worst mining area. If it was someone else, the final result would definitely not be worth it. However, Lin Yi was different. Don't forget that he had the jade pendant space. The nature of spirit jades was the same as the energy stones in the secular world. Since the space of the jade pendant could charge energy stones, it was very likely that it could also charge energy for spirit jades. Lin Yi had been busy consolidating his realm for the past 2 days, so he hadn't tried this. But now he could. Of course. He had to spend some time to consume enough spiritual energy in this piece of spirit jade. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to see the effect when the experiment was done. Once the experiment was really successful, it would be rich for Lin Yi. At that time, he could secretly steal some waste jades without spiritual energy from the spirit jade mine. After being charged by the space of the jade pendant, he could completely turn them into real spirit jades to trade with others. In this way, even if Meng Jueguang assigned him to the worst mining area, it wouldn't matter. Spirit jades were not easy to find, but waste jades should not be so difficult to find. At that time, in the hands of Lin Yi, waste jades were spirit jades. Lin Yi couldn't wait to go back to do the experiment. Just as he was about to say goodbye to senior brother Bitter, he looked up and saw Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong walking down from the 8th cave abode not far above. From their mouths, Lin even vaguely heard his name. These 2 guys with bad intentions, why did they mention his name for no reason? While Lin Yi was secretly frowning, Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong also saw him. As if they had bumped into something, their expressions suddenly froze. After the 2 looked at each other, a strange evil smile appeared on their faces. "Isn't this our Blue Cloud Pavilion's strongest newcomer? Could it be that you ran out of spirit jades? Running to find junior brother Bitter for warmth?" Meng Jueguang said with a face of ridicule. "Unfortunately, junior brother Bitter is a clay bodhisattva. He can't carry a god like you." Although Meng Jueguang was so sarcastic, Senior Brother Bitter still greeted him honestly, "Greetings, Senior Brother Meng." And Lin Yi also greeted him without batting an eyelid. "He, the strongest newcomer? More like the most pretentious newcomer. In next month's ranking competition, just wait to make a fool of yourself." Meng Tong sneered. He was still brooding over the fact that Lin Yi defeated him in one move. Especially after that, some unknown guy actually gave Lin Yi the title of Blue Cloud Pavilion's strongest newcomer. This made him very unhappy. "I haven't heard of the strongest newcomer. But in next month's ranking competition, I hope you won't be careless and underestimate your opponent again. Otherwise, if I accidentally defeat you in one move and end up being said to be pretentious again, I will be wronged." Lin Yi replied with a smile. "Just wait and see. There will be a time for you to cry." Being exposed by Lin Yi, Meng Tong's face suddenly stiffened. Including Meng Jueguang, everyone in Blue Cloud Pavilion thought that Meng Tong lost to Lin Yi because of carelessness. But he himself knew that in the previous fight, in order to show off, he went all out and did not have any carelessness. In other words, when Lin Yi defeated him in one move, it was a reflection of their true strength. To be honest, Meng Tong was a little afraid of Lin Yi now. But fortunately, he had a backer like Meng Jueguang behind him. He could be taken care of openly and secretly. And Lin Yi also offended a big shot like Su Lingchong in public, so he would be suppressed in all aspects. Under such circumstances, as long as he trained well in the next month, it would be enough for him to close the gap. What's more, Meng Tong, was a local heaven stage great perfection expert. How could he be afraid of a country bumpkin like Lin Yi? Next month's ranking competition was a good opportunity to wash away his shame. At that time, he would let all the newcomers see clearly who was the strongest newcomer in Blue Cloud Pavilion. However, when he thought of the plan he had just discussed with Meng Jueguang, Meng Tong immediately became proud. As long as the plan was successful, there was no need to wait until next month's ranking competition. He would be able to see Lin Yi, the pretentious bastard, in great misfortune. Thinking of this, Meng Tong repeatedly signaled to Meng Jueguang with his eyes. He could not wait to see Lin Yi's misfortune. Chapter 3578. The newcomers should be familiar with the Welcome Pavilion, but they don't know much about the outside, so I'm going to call them out and go to the Eastern Market to familiarize themselves with the environment. After all, this is our duty as the steward. Meng Jueguang said faintly. Senior Brother Meng is right. The bitter senior brother nodded in agreement. The steward took the newcomers to familiarize themselves with the surrounding environment. This was an annual practice. It was not surprising that Meng Jueguang mentioned this at this time. And, since junior brother Lin is already here, bitter senior brother, you take him to the market and wait for us. I will call the other newcomers. Meng Jueguang instructed. Senior brother Meng, why don't I call the newcomers? The bitter senior brother asked carefully. Generally speaking, this kind of hard work of running errands was his job. Otherwise, why would he be called bitter senior brother? He was already used to it. However, this time, Meng Jueguang was going to personally run the errands to call the newcomers. Did the sun rise from the west? Unexpectedly, Meng Jueguang waved his hand and glanced at Lin Yi next to him and said, No, you should take our strongest newcomer there first, so that you don't waste his precious time. As he said this, without waiting for the bitter senior brother to speak again, Meng Jueguang took Meng Tong and left. The bitter senior brother looked at the back of the two people and couldn't help but mutter, Senior brother Meng's style today feels a little different from before. Lin Yi also shook his head. Although Meng Jueguang mocked him just now, he actually didn't take this opportunity to make him follow the bitter senior brother to run errands. This was indeed a bit strange. According to normal logic, even if he couldn't make himself suffer any substantial loss, he could always use this opportunity to disgust himself. With Meng Jueguang's temper, how could he easily let it go? Lin Yi and senior brother Bitter looked at each other. They couldn't think of a reason at the moment, so they could only follow Meng Jueguang's instructions and go to the market square to wait for them. Although Lin Yi had just been to the market, in order to not give himself away, he had to pretend that it was his first time here. After all, with his original appearance, this was indeed the first time he had come to this market. The two of them waited at the entrance of the market for a while. Then, they saw Meng Jueguang leading a group of newcomers from afar. As for Meng Tong, he seemed to have fallen behind because of something and had to jog all the way to catch up. He gave Meng Jueguang a look, and Meng Jueguang nodded in understanding. Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai were also in the crowd. After seeing senior brother Bitter and Lin Yi, they were relieved as if they had found an organization. They came up to greet the two of them and looked around curiously. Seeing the bustling market, Li Tianlan's heart sank. The group of newcomers' faces were all filled with excitement. Although the markets in the secular world were 100 times livelier than this, it must be known that this was a market for cultivators. Everyone who came in and out was at least a heaven stage expert. The goods here, whether it was martial arts, medicinal pills, or all kinds of heavenly treasures, were all things that could not be bought in other places. There was no comparison between the two at all. Although these newcomers only had a piece of spiritual jade in their hands, it was basically impossible to buy anything in this market. However, the purpose of bringing them out was not to shop, but to familiarize themselves with the environment. Therefore, Meng Jueguang still patiently introduced a lot of the rules of the market to them. Of course, Meng Jueguang wasn't so kind. He just let these disciples think that he was knowledgeable and admired him. Otherwise, this coolie would have long become bitter. However, this was a great benefit to Lin Yi. After all, he had concealed his identity when he came. Although he had strolled around a few times, he didn't know much about the specific rules of the market. Now that he had heard Meng Jueguang's introduction, he had a rough idea of how to do business here. In this market, although there were many cases of bartering, it was rare. After all, it was rare for both parties to trade to be interested in each other's things. Moreover, the value of both parties had to be similar. This situation was still very rare. Most of the time, transactions between each other relied on the common currency, spiritual jades. This was also very easy to understand. First, spiritual jades were very common on this heavenly island. Second, spiritual jades were precious and were of great use to all cultivators. Except for special cases like Lin Yi who had a jade pendant space, basically, even the higher-level experts still relied on spiritual jades for cultivation. Therefore, there was no risk of devaluation. Over time, it became the common currency for transactions between each other. This was also a matter of course. However, even if everyone admitted that spiritual jades were the common currency, there were still some things to pay attention to. The most important thing was the quality and volume of the spiritual jades. The so-called quality of spiritual jades was to look at the concentration of spiritual energy in the spiritual jades. According to the rules of the market, the spiritual jades used for transactions must be in used spiritual jades. Once someone was found to use their own spiritual jades to trade as new spiritual jades, the management of the market would impose a heavy punishment. The purpose was to prevent people from taking advantage of this loophole to fish in troubled waters and ruin the reputation of the market. After all, for cultivators, the value of the spiritual jades and the spiritual jades that had been used were completely different. If they accidentally bought some spiritual jades that had used up most of their spiritual energy, wouldn't it be a huge loss for the seller? In addition, the waste jades in the spiritual jade mine with insufficient natural spiritual energy couldn't be taken out for use. If they were in the secular world, they would simply be natural counterfeit banknotes. As for the volume of spiritual jades, it was even easier to understand. Even if the concentration of spiritual energy in the world was the same, if the volume was different, the value of the spiritual jades would naturally be higher or lower. Generally speaking, the price of spiritual jades in this market was based on the most common average size of spiritual jades. As for the egg-sized spiritual jade in Lin Yi's hand, the actual value could only be a little more than half a piece. People would only reluctantly accept it if 3 pieces were counted as 2 pieces. As for the large spiritual jades like Mengtong's, even if 1 piece was counted as 2 pieces, people would still be very willing. Of course, there was also a rule to pay attention to. That was, don't be dishonest and be the third hand. Once you were discovered by the patrolling management, it was a small matter to abolish your cultivation on the spot. Even if you were beaten to death, there would be no place to reason. Chapter 3579. Moreover, no merchant was a fool. Without some ability, they wouldn't dare to sell things here casually. Every item in their stall would be locked onto by their consciousness at all times. If it was really stolen, the person whose consciousness disappeared on the person would be the one who stole it. Even if they directly took the person's life, no one would speak up for them. After Meng Jueguang finished explaining the rules, he deliberately looked at Lin Yi and said coldly, "Those poor people from the secular world, you have to be more careful. Don't think that this is a country bumpkin's place. Keep your hands and feet clean. Otherwise, if you really take someone's things and get beaten to death, you can only blame yourself." Of course, there was a deeper meaning behind Meng Jueguang's words, because, although Lin Yi didn't show it on the surface, his heart was shocked. Lin Yi had the space in the jade pendant. He could use his consciousness and perception to store the things he fancied into the space in the jade pendant without anyone noticing. It was just like when he obtained a large sum of money from the Red Conch and the Overseas Cultivators Association in the secular world. Previously, Lin Yi really wanted to do so, but he wasn't an impulsive person. He planned to observe first. But at this moment, after listening to Meng Jueguang's words, he secretly felt lucky. In the future, unless he was out of his mind, he wouldn't dare to try such a method of reaping without sowing. If he really stole things and was locked onto by others, not only would his wearing the 1,000 silk mask be easily exposed, even the matter of the space in the jade pendant might be discovered. No one in the secular world discovered it, but it didn't mean that no one on the heavenly island, which was full of experts, could discover it. If he was discovered, then Lin Yi really wanted to cry but had no tears. He definitely wouldn't do such a thing to lose the big picture because of a small gain. The group of newcomers followed Meng Jueguang as they walked around the market. From time to time, they would see things that caught their fancy. Although they only had one piece of spiritual jade on hand, this didn't hinder their enthusiasm for asking for the price. Even if they didn't have it now, they could still buy it in the future when they had more money. In the future, there would always be a direction to work towards. With the other rookies doing so, Lin Yi could naturally do the same since he was in the crowd. He took the opportunity to ask about the prices of the 5 herbs he needed, but to prevent others from noticing anything amiss, he also asked about the prices of many other items. He appeared rather proactive. Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong witnessed this scene. He could not help but sneer. From their point of view, with Lin Yi's current situation, not to mention obtaining more spiritual jades, he could only get the smallest and worst quality spiritual jades every month. What's the use of actively asking for a price? Even if he saved for a year, he might not be able to afford a single item. He's just like a clown. However, Lin Yi clearly didn't care about their expressions. He carefully calculated for a moment. If he wanted to buy the 5 kinds of herbs that he needed, he would need at least 8 pieces of spirit jades. But the amount of spirit jades he had on hand could only be counted as more than half a piece. He was short of 7.5 pieces. He still had a long way to go. The group strolled around the outer street and the middle street. As for the most mysterious inner street, it was obviously impossible for them to enter with their strength. In fact, even the strongest among them, Meng Jueguang, the steward's senior apprentice brother, did not have the qualifications to enter the inner street. He could only resentfully look at it from afar before retreating. Because entering the inner street did not depend on strength, but identity. One must be an outstanding inner disciple of one of the 3 pavilions and could only enter with their identity token. Although Meng Jueguang had the qualifications to be an inner disciple, he was an inner disciple of the most miserable Blue Cloud Pavilion of the 3 pavilions. Among the entire Blue Cloud Pavilion's inner disciples, there were not many who had the qualifications to enter the inner street. This had to be in the competition of the 3 pavilions. Only the disciples who ranked at the top were qualified to enter. After strolling around the city, Meng Jueguang directly led everyone back to the Welcome Pavilion, but did not let them leave immediately. This trip to the city seemed to have ignited the ambitions of the newcomers. Compared to the restraint and nervousness when they first arrived, the newcomers were clearly much more lively and calm. It seemed that they had gradually regained their confidence as heaven stage experts. Even in the face of such a strong steward senior apprentice brother like Meng Jueguang, They dared to open their mouths and ask their own questions, unlike at the beginning when they did not dare to say anything. After all, experts who could cultivate to the late stage of heaven stage and above were not truly weak. There were only a few who were as timid as the bitter senior apprentice brother. Although the majority of the newcomers were assigned to the Blue Cloud Pavilion, they still had their own ambitions. And this trip to the city had broadened their horizons. It had also finally clarified the most basic condition to achieve their ambitions, and that was spirit jades. In this heaven stage island, without spirit jades, everything was empty talk. They couldn't buy martial techniques, medicinal pills, or heavenly treasures. If they didn't have the assistance of these external items and relied solely on their own cultivation, most of the people here wouldn't be able to reach the foundation building stage even if they cultivated to the point of death, let alone higher realms later on. A penny stumped a hero, and a piece of spirit jades could similarly stump these heaven stage experts. Without spirit jades, it would be difficult to take a single step forward in the future. Senior apprentice Brother Meng, how can we obtain more spirit jades? Someone asked the question that was on everyone's mind. One by one, fiery gazes immediately focused on Meng Jueguang. That's a good question. Meng Jueguang smiled, a trace of pride flashing in his eyes. As the steward's senior apprentice brother, his main authority was to distribute spirit jades, and this was also the reason why everyone respected him, fawned on him, and even feared him. He was not afraid of people having ambitions, but rather, he was afraid that people had no ambitions. If they had ambitions, they would want spirit jades, and they would listen to him obediently. But if they had no ambitions, then they would be strong without desires, and he would not be able to discipline them. Therefore, bringing these newcomers to the city, other than familiarizing them with the environment, had another more important effect for Meng Jueguang, and that was to arouse their desires. As long as they had desires and ambitions, there was no need to worry that these people would not listen to him in the future. Seeing the fervent expressions of the newcomers, Meng Jueguang said with a tone of voice, "You have to give something in order to get something in return. Other than the welcome pavilion giving you a piece of spirit jades every month, if you want to obtain more spirit jades, there is only one way, and that is to accept a task from me. After completing the task, you will be rewarded." "May I ask, senior apprentice Brother Meng, what is the task?" Someone asked anxiously. "It's very simple, go to the spirit jade mine to mine. As long as you mine 100 pieces, you will receive a piece of spirit jade as a reward. Whoever wants to go, you can come and register with me now." Meng Jueguang announced loudly. Chapter 3580. Senior apprentice Brother Meng, I want to sign up. Senior apprentice Brother Meng, count me in. Senior apprentice Brother Meng, me too, me too. A group of people immediately surrounded Meng Jueguang, each and every one of them trying to please him. Although Meng Jueguang was proud of himself, he still pretended to be displeased and said, "What's with all the noise? What's with all this commotion? Come one by one, those who want to sign up, raise your hands high." Meng Jueguang was in control, so everyone hurriedly quietened down, for fear that if they made him unhappy, they would lose their jobs. At this time, if someone did not perform well, they would immediately be glared at by everyone else, causing public anger. This was the effect he wanted. Meng Jueguang smiled proudly. If it was in the past, he would have been able to make these newcomers obedient on the first day of registration. In the end, he did not expect that a freak like Lin Yi would appear this year, stealing the limelight on the first day. Not only did he make Meng Tong a laughingstock, but he also made him, the steward, lose face, let alone establish any prestige in front of these newcomers. However, the arm could not twist the thigh. In the end, he, Meng Jueguang, was the steward who held the power. Although it took some effort, these newcomers still had to listen to him, Meng Jueguang. If they did not listen to Meng Jueguang, could it be that they would listen to Lin Yi, this secular world country bumpkin? The newcomers who wanted to sign up for mining all raised their hands high. When Meng Jueguang casually called out a name, that newcomer immediately acted as if he had won the lottery. He thanked and flattered Meng Jueguang profusely. There were even people who swore on the spot that they would be obedient to him from now on, making Meng Jueguang feel very good. After a round of calling, out of the 15 newcomers in Blue Cloud Pavilion, 12 were already standing behind Meng Jueguang. Needless to say, the remaining 3 were naturally Lin Yi's group. Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai clenched their fists unwillingly when they saw everyone's mocking gazes. To be honest, they were the same as the other rookies. In fact, they were the same as the other newcomers and wanted to seize this opportunity to earn spiritual jades. This wasn't purely because of their standpoint. It was mainly because they had taken advantage of the time when Meng Jueguang had called out names to force their senior brother to analyze the situation for them. They had already said this to Lin Yi before, and it could be summed up in 10 words. Mining has risks. This was what they had said to Lin Yi before. Xiao Ran already had the first cave abode at the foot of the mountain. Compared to the others, he was not as reliant on spirit jades. He only needed to cultivate diligently. Although Xiao Hongcai's cave was not that great, his current strength was only at the peak of the late stage of Heaven Stage. His short-term goal was to reach the peak of Heaven Stage Great Circle. At this stage, his need for spirit jades was not too high, and he could completely rely on the existing cultivation resources. After listening to senior brother Ku Bai's advice, the two of them pondered for a while and finally chose to give up on this opportunity. It was not wise to be greedy, and the most important thing was to take care of the present. However, to everyone's surprise, the 2 henchmen of Lin Yi, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai, did not raise their hands. Instead, it was Lin Yi himself who raised his hand. "Senior brother Meng, I want to sign up." What was going on? The rookies were immediately in an uproar. Even the 2 lackeys were able to resist the temptation. On the contrary, Lin Yi, the boss, couldn't block it? This was too fucking cowardly. How shameless was this guy? Oh! Meng Jueguang was also stunned for a moment. After he reacted, he sneered and said, "Looks like the temptation of spirit jades is really not to be underestimated. Even our strongest rookies are moved. As the big senior brother in charge, I can't be biased. Since you have made up your mind to sign up, then I'll count you in." "Thank you, senior brother Meng." Lin Yi smiled faintly. Well said. Meng Jueguang chuckled meaningfully. He couldn't reject Lin Yi's open and above-board sign-up. Of course, he wouldn't reject it. Meng Tong saw this and immediately became anxious. He moved closer to Meng Jueguang's ear and whispered, "Ninth cousin, how can we let Lin Yi, that bastard, take advantage of this? If he's lucky enough to earn spirit jades, then my ranking competition next month will be in danger." "Idiot! I'm helping you, don't you understand?" Meng Jueguang turned his head and scolded in a low voice. "If he didn't sign up, I wouldn't be able to do anything to him. But now that he has signed up, I just need to throw him into the dead mining area. I guarantee that he won't be able to collect 100 pieces of spirit jades in his lifetime. In this way, he won't have time to cultivate. Won't your chances of winning be greatly increased? You idiot, you really can't carve a rotten wood." Of course, there was one thing he didn't say. That was, even a thorn like Lin Yi had admitted defeat in front of him, the big senior brother. Wouldn't the others be even more obedient? With this incident, Meng Jueguang also regained his lost face. "I see. Ninth cousin is really brilliant." Meng Tong came to a sudden realization. He didn't think of this at all. He was afraid that Lin Yi would earn spirit jades. Now that he heard Meng Jueguang say this, he understood that Lin Yi was simply seeking his own death. Nonsense! If it were you with a pig's brain, you wouldn't even be able to grasp a good opportunity that was delivered to your doorstep. Meng Jueguang curled his lips and asked worriedly in a low voice, "Have you done what I asked you to do? Did anything go wrong?" Ninth cousin, don't worry. I've done everything according to what you said. There's absolutely no mistake." Meng Tong immediately understood and promised. "That's good. If this plan succeeds, you won't have to think about how to deal with Lin Yi in next month's qualifier because he won't be able to live until then. A mere newbie from the secular world dares to challenge me? This time, I'll let him know how many eyes Lord Ma has." Chapter 3581. Hiss. All the newcomers gasped in shock. Some of them actually had this idea, but after hearing Meng Jueguang's words, they broke out in cold sweat. Crippling the meridians of the hands and feet meant that they would be a useless person from then on. There was no way they could cultivate anymore. To these heaven stage experts, this was even more terrifying than letting them die. No matter if it was an internal cultivator or a physical cultivator, they would basically be worse than dogs on this heaven stage island. Let me say one more thing. This rule is not only effective in the spirit jade mine, it is also effective outside. In the past, there were newcomers who stole other people's spirit jades, and the outcome was the same. Meng Jueguang sneered, but his gaze was fixed on Lin. After a while, he waved his hand and said, "All right, all of you can disperse. Those who signed up to enter the mine will gather tomorrow morning." Lin Yi looked at Meng Jueguang curiously. That smile just now had a deeper meaning to it, and his instincts told him that there was something fishy going on, but he couldn't tell what it was. He could only stay vigilant and take it one step at a time. "Junior brother Lin, your registration is not appropriate." The bitter senior brother sighed and said, "It's fine if you can't mine the spirit jades, but when the time comes, you will be wasting your cultivation time, and your realm will become more and more difficult to increase." Not only him, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai were also puzzled. Mining under Meng Jueguang was not worth it. Even they could see this clearly, so they did not believe that Lin Yi, who was more assertive, could not see it. "You guys don't have to worry, I know what I am doing. I just want to take a look at the spirit jade mine. Think about it, there must be abundant heaven and earth energy there. If I don't mine it, it will be worth it to cultivate there." Lin Yi did not explain much and only said so. "That's right." The bitter senior brother suddenly slapped his thigh and said, "Why didn't I think of that?" The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was very abundant in the spiritual jade mine. It couldn't be compared to those better cave abodes, but it was still better than Junior Brother Lin's cave abode number 14. However, Junior Brother Lin, you have to think this through. If you can't extract a single piece of spiritual jade for a long time, you'll have to pay for it. That's why you can only use this move once. Moreover, you can't just sit and cultivate inside. You can only cultivate while mining. That's the effect of your cultivation. It's going to be a lot worse. Use it if you can." Lin Yi smiled bitterly. At this time, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai were a little embarrassed. Lin Yi had given them the best cave abodes, but he had to go to the spiritual jade mine to cultivate. That was really tough. One had to know that the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the spirit jade mine might even be similar to the cave abode number 10 at the foot of the mountain. However, it was impossible to let you sit cross-legged and cultivate in peace inside. You had to work all the time. In this way, doing two things at the same time would greatly reduce the effect of cultivation. Therefore, for ordinary people, they would rather go to the cave abode number 13 than the spiritual jade mine. It was just that Lin Yi's cave abode number 14 was a little weak. Perhaps that was why Lin Yi had to make such a bad decision. "Brother Lin, why don't we go to mine? You should come to our cave abode." Xiao Hongkai and Xiao Ran looked at each other and said at the same time, "There's no need he. What's more, we have to change it now. Senior brother Meng will definitely not be happy, so he will find an excuse to make trouble for me. You don't want me to be scolded, right?" Lin Yi smiled. "This." Xiao Hongkai and Xiao Ran thought about it and agreed. "Okay, I'll go back first. You guys go back and cultivate early too." Lin Yi nodded. After saying goodbye to the three of them, he turned around and went back to his cave abode. He couldn't wait to do the spiritual jade experiment that he had anticipated. However, as soon as he arrived at the entrance of the cave, Lin Yi stopped because he found that the forbidden spell that covered the entrance of his cave abode had disappeared. Generally speaking, this kind of cave abode forbidden spell was not effective forever, but it was impossible to lose its effect in a short period of time. The forbidden spell of the welcoming pavilion was rearranged after the newcomers arrived. It was far from losing its effect. Lin Yi's heart suddenly moved. Could it be that the forbidden spell of my cave abode was broken by someone? Although he didn't master this kind of cave abode forbidden spell, according to common sense, if the forbidden spell of the cave abode didn't automatically lose its effect, then there was only one possibility left. Thinking of this, Lin Yi quickly walked into his cave abode. At the same time, he felt a little lucky in his heart. Fortunately, he had the space of the jade pendant and didn't leave anything valuable in this cave abode. Otherwise, if someone broke in without knowing it, it would be a great loss. However, when he walked into the cave abode, his eyes suddenly froze. His cave abode was empty and there were no furnishings. No matter what was inside, it was obvious at a glance. At this moment, in front of him, in the most conspicuous place in the center of the cave abode, there were two pieces of white and crystal-clear spiritual jade. Compared to Lin Yi's own egg-sized spiritual jade, the two pieces in front of him were much bigger. They were far above the average size. The biggest piece looked familiar to Lin Yi. After a while, he recalled that one of them was the one that Meng Jueguang had given to Meng Tong. At this moment, there was a sudden noise outside. As there was no forbidden spell of the cave abode, Lin Yi heard it clearly. The noise came from the 15th cave abode at the foot of the mountain next door, and its owner was Meng Tong. "Ninth cousin, you have to help me. My cave abode forbidden spell was broken by someone, and even the spiritual jade that you gave me was stolen." Meng Tong wailed loudly. Suddenly, it attracted the other newcomers who hadn't had time to close the cave abode, and they all gathered around to watch the show. At the same time, another wail came from another place. It was from Li Jingming, who occupied the second cave abode at the foot of the mountain. In Lin Yi's impression, he was the closest to Meng Tong among all the newcomers in Blue Cloud Pavilion. As such, he had received a lot of care from Meng Jueguang. Whether it was the cave abode or the spiritual jade, they were all very good. "Senior brother Meng, my cave abode forbidden spell was also broken by someone. My spiritual jade was also stolen." Li Jingming wailed loudly with a face full of despair. Could it be that he had really attracted an outsider? The moment this was said, the newcomers who were just watching the show were immediately shocked. They all went back to check on their cave abodes and precious items. If they were like these two and had their spiritual jade stolen, they would really want to cry, but no tears would come. Chapter 3582. So that's how it is. Lin Yi's mouth couldn't help but curve up. When he heard this, he already knew what the other party was going to do. No wonder Meng Jueguang and the others were muttering about something fishy. They even specifically pointed out that stealing from the welcome pavilion would result in crippling the meridians of one's limbs. They were actually trying to frame them. Who else? Meng Jueguang raised his voice and yelled again. After the inspection, the newcomers who came out shook their heads. Their cave abodes were still safe and sound. Nothing was lost inside. While they heaved a sigh of relief, all of them had relaxed expressions as though they were watching a show. The cultivation world was like this. If it didn't concern them, they would hang it up. Whoever lost it would be unlucky. As long as they didn't lose it, it was fine. Not only that, although Meng Tong and Li Jingming weren't in the limelight like Lin Yi, they were still people that Meng Jueguang paid special attention to. Seeing such a good cave abode and spiritual jades being taken away by them, it would be a lie if the other newcomers said they weren't jealous. At this moment, all of them were gloating. Gloating my ass, they were just a bunch of fools who didn't know they were being played by others. Meng Tong secretly cursed. He made up his mind that after he dealt with Lin Yi, he would deal with this bunch of people who didn't have eyes. He would let them see clearly who was the boss here. It seems like no one else was robbed, right? Meng Jueguang deliberately swept his eyes around. Seeing that no one spoke, he said loudly, "The theft of spiritual jades is not a small matter. According to the rules of our welcome pavilion, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. The culprit must be arrested and punished severely. Senior brother Meng is wise. You have to catch this damned thief and give us justice." Meng Tong and Li Jingming immediately shouted in unison. No one has ever been able to fool me, Meng Jueguang." Meng Jueguang curled his lips and snorted coldly. Then he faced the crowd and said, "First of all, we can be sure of one thing. Since this thief stole spirit jades and specifically targeted Meng Tong and Li Jingming, it is clear that he is quite familiar with you people." The rookies looked at each other when they heard that. Moments later, they came to a realization and nodded their heads. Among all the rookies, Meng Tong and Li Jingming had the largest spirit jades. This was something all the rookies knew. However, other than them, it was unlikely for outsiders to know of this situation. It could be said that it was purely a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. Purely relying on luck, they picked the two caves of Meng Tong and Li Jingming. This was too much of a coincidence. Could it be that the real culprit who stole the spirit jades was among the rookies? This thought suddenly appeared in the minds of all the rookies. The more they thought about it, the more likely it was. After all, only they knew who had the largest spirit jades. Moreover, only rookies who lacked cultivation resources would take the risk for 1 or 2 pieces of spirit jades, right? After successfully provoking everyone's doubts, Meng Jueguang smiled proudly. Then, he pretended to be impartial and said, "As your senior brother in charge, from my heart, I absolutely believe that every one of you is a man of good character. You will definitely not ruin the reputation of our Blue Cloud Pavilion. However, since this kind of thing has happened, before we go and investigate the outsiders, we must first be upright and upright. We must first be upright and upright. Only when there are no problems on our side can we have the confidence to investigate outsiders. Don't you think so?" Senior brother Meng is right. The group of rookies replied in unison. If one did not do anything wrong, they would not be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. Anyway, this matter was not done by them. Meng Jueguang could investigate however he wanted. Who knows, there might really be a good show to watch. That's good. We will start investigating from our own people. Meng Jueguang smiled as if he had succeeded in his scheme. He deliberately analyzed. In theory, the forbidden spells of your caves are enough to block the full attack of a peak late-stage heaven stage expert. In other words, to easily destroy the forbidden spells of Meng Tong and Li Jingming's caves, one must at least be a peak late-stage heaven stage expert. Moreover, it must be a very powerful peak late-stage heaven stage expert. As soon as he said this, the group of rookies suspiciously looked at Lin Yi, who was standing at the entrance of cave number 14. In the entire Blue Cloud Pavilion, there were only 3 peak late-stage heaven stage experts. Other than Meng Tong, there were only Lin Yi and Xiao Ran from the secular world. Xiao Ran had always been quiet, so no one paid much attention to him. On the other hand, Lin Yi had become everyone's focus on the first day. Moreover, he had a deep grudge with Meng Tong. Now that there was a problem, the first person to suspect was naturally him. "Junior brother Lin, it's not that I'm targeting you on purpose, but there's a reason for this. I believe you can understand." Meng Jueguang brought his people to Lin Yi and said with a fake smile, "Moreover, your cave is the closest to Meng Tong's cave. It is understandable for us to suspect you." Senior brother Ku, Xiao Ran, and Xiao Hongkai saw that the situation was not right. They hurriedly wanted to stop them, but they did not know how to help. They could not stop Meng Jueguang from bringing people to search. That would not be helping Lin Yi, but harming Lin. This was a blatant attempt to hide something. Fortunately, Lin Yi gave them a reassuring look, which made them feel more at ease. With Lin Yi's character, he would not do such a shameless and brainless thing. "Of course I understand." Lin Yi nodded lightly and said, "But senior brother Meng, I did not have time to say that my cave's forbidden spell was also broken." When everyone heard that, there was an uproar. Even Lin Yi's cave had suffered a calamity. This matter was a little complicated. "Your cave's forbidden spell was also broken?" Meng Jueguang raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Did junior brother Lin lose something?" "No, I don't have anything valuable to lose. Unlike Meng Tong and the rest, my spiritual jades are small and easy to carry around." Lin Yi's tone was as calm as usual, but everyone could hear the sarcasm in his words. This made the newcomers feel the same way. After all, when it came to the distribution of the spiritual jades, Meng Jueguang was too biased. The victim was not only Lin Yi, but they were also unhappy. Everyone was a newcomer. Why did Meng Tong and the rest get the biggest spiritual jades, while they got the smaller ones? Chapter 3583. After that, Meng Jueguang gave the bitter guy a meaningful look. It should be known that only masters in the foundation establishment stage could break the restriction of the cave residents. He first framed Lin Yi, and then took advantage of the situation to say that the bitter guy was an accomplice. After all, Lin Yi was only a master in the peak realm. He should have an accomplice, right? Then the bitter guy was the best candidate. Although Meng Jueguang's current predicament could not hinder him, once the welcoming pavilion was replaced by his own people, then Clear Cloud Pavilion's territory would become his, Meng Jueguang's, independent kingdom. Meng Tong and Li Jingming answered and broke into Lin Yi's cave residence with a grim smile. Lin Yi didn't stop them and let them search. Anyway, there was nothing else in the cave residence. He wanted to see how these guys would get out of the situation later. Letting Meng Tong and Li Jingming go in to search, Meng Jueguang himself blocked Lin Yi at the door with a sneer, in case Lin Yi would do something desperate after Meng Tong and Li Jingming found the stolen goods later. However, Meng Jueguang waited for a long time, but he still saw these two people looking everywhere inside. They didn't find the stolen goods that they had prepared before. He thought these two people were deliberately pretending. He immediately rolled his eyes. I've already done enough foreplay. Why are you still pretending at this time? He couldn't wait to see the wonderful expression of Lin Yi after his tendons and veins were destroyed. He couldn't help but say angrily, "What are you two doing? Hurry up and come out." Meng Tong and Li Jingming looked at each other with sweat on their foreheads. After hearing Meng Jueguang's urging, they didn't believe it and glanced around the whole cave residence again, but it was still empty. In fact, this cave residence was so big. Even if he searched 100 times, he wouldn't be able to find it. Thus, they could only turn their heads towards Meng Jueguang with an expression as if they had seen a ghost. They spread out their hands and said with a bitter smile, "Senior brother Meng." No? How could he not? Meng Jueguang stopped in a hurry. There were so many people watching outside. If he was not careful, he would have almost exposed himself. He immediately straightened his face and said, "Both of you come and watch him. I will search personally." Meng Tong and Li Jingming hastily stood on either side of Lin Yi, one on the left and one on the right. Meng Jueguang strode into the cave and began to search it himself. As for Lin Yi, he didn't seem to be dissatisfied with this. He just stood at the side and watched calmly. Meng Jueguang glanced around. The cave residence was empty. Everything could be seen in a panoramic view. In fact, he didn't even need to search to know. But indeed, as Meng Tong and Li Jingming said, he couldn't find the stolen goods at all. That shouldn't be the case. It had been arranged long ago. How could it not be? The cave residence was only so big. It was difficult to even hide a piece of spiritual jade. It should be a piece of cake to search for something. Meng Jueguang was suspicious. He turned his head and saw Lin Yi's calm expression at the door. Suddenly, his heart moved. So that was it. This kid must have thought of a way to hide the spiritual jade on his body. That was why he dared to be so fearless. Both of you, search his body. Meng Jueguang grinned maliciously. He had already guessed the whole story. It must be that after Lin Yi came back and found the spiritual jade, he knew something was wrong. So he thought of a way to hide it on his body. At this time, he could still pretend to be so calm. This kid could be considered a talent. But it was a pity that old Ginger was spicier. That's right, why didn't we think of that? Meng Tong and Meng Jueguang's eyes suddenly lit up. Then they stretched out their hands to search Lin. The spiritual jade was such a big thing. No matter how well he hid it, once he was searched, he would definitely not be able to hide it. Lin Yi's expression changed slightly. Although this matter was not risky for him, being searched so unscrupulously was not his usual style of doing things. However, Meng Jueguang seemed to have seen through his intentions. He sneered and threatened, "If you don't want to be identified as a thief, junior brother Lin better cooperate. Otherwise, according to the rules of the Welcome Pavilion, if a suspect refuses to cooperate, we, the Steward senior brothers, can make an exception and attack you. It doesn't matter if you are dead or alive. Think about it carefully. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble the two of you to search more carefully. Otherwise, when the time comes, you will say that you didn't search carefully and continue to put the suspicion on me." Lin Yi hesitated for a moment. He came to Heaven Stage Island with a purpose. If he broke some rules and was chased away, then the gains would not make up for the losses. Meng Jueguang's strength was stronger than senior brother Kubai's. He should be an expert at the peak of the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Lin Yi himself was only at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Although he might be able to fight, if it was not necessary, Lin Yi did not want to expose his strength in public. Moreover, if he made a move at this time, it would be easy for him to become a laughing stock. Then, it would be really hard to explain. However, since they were willing to search, then let them search. In any case, if they could not find the spiritual jade, then it would not be Lin Yi's face that would be lost, but their own. Thus, he smiled very indifferently and said, "It just so happens that it can help me clear the suspicion. I have always remembered Senior Brother Meng's teachings, to be a righteous person." That goes without saying. Don't think that everything will be fine just because you hid it on your body. You country bumpkin, just wait to cry. Meng Tong and Li Jingming searched Lin Yi's body from head to toe. Suddenly, Meng Tong fished out a spiritual jade from Lin Yi's pocket. He laughed proudly and said, "I found it. Let's see what you can say now." The onlookers suddenly became alert. However, after seeing the size of the spiritual jade in his hand, their eyes all became strange. Then they heard Lin Yi say jokingly, "Look carefully, this is my spiritual jade. When did Brother Meng's spiritual jade become so small and exquisite?" Fuck. Amidst the laughter, Meng Tong then realized that the spiritual jade was only the size of a chicken's egg. It did not belong to him or Li Jingming at all. Meng Jueguang's face turned green with anger. Could this idiot still do something reliable? Taking such a guy as a younger brother, he was losing all his face. Meng Tong immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. His face turned red, but no matter how hard he and Li Jingming searched, they couldn't find anything else on Lin Yi's body other than this piece of spirit jade. "Idiot! I'll do it myself." Meng Jueguang impatiently pulled Meng Tong to the side. It should be easy for him to do it himself. Why was it so unreliable when it came to this guy? However, Meng Jueguang searched himself and still could not find it. He did not believe it and searched again, but still could not find it. Lin Yi raised his arms and looked at him. He asked weakly, "Senior Brother Meng, this should be enough to prove my innocence, right? I am indeed the most upright person, right?" Meng Jueguang had already forgotten to answer. His face was full of disbelief. How could it not be found? This was impossible. Since the two pieces of spiritual jades were not hidden in the immortal's cave, then they must be hidden on his body. No matter how brilliant his concealment technique was, it was impossible for him to not be able to find the two pieces of spiritual jades. Chapter 3584. Apart from that, Meng Jueguang felt that it was impossible to hide something as big as the spiritual jade on one's body without anyone noticing. Moreover, no one could find it no matter how hard they searched unless they ate it. But if one ate the spiritual jade directly, even a cultivator would die if they swallowed something indigestible. Meng Jueguang would never have thought that Lin Yi had a jade space that could store things. And at this moment, the two pieces of spiritual jade were lying quietly in his jade space. "Senior Meng, do you still want to search?" "I don't care. You can search as much as you want, as long as you can prove my innocence in the end." Lin Yi looked at the ashen-faced Meng Jueguang and continued to say innocently. Could it be that this kid had never seen the two pieces of spiritual jade at all, so he was so fearless? Meng Jueguang looked at Lin Yi suspiciously. Suddenly, he thought of another more likely possibility. Such a big piece of spiritual jade would definitely not disappear into thin air. Since it could not be found on Lin Yi, it must have been taken away by someone else. No need. Junior Lin, you are innocent. You are an upright person. Don't be angry. I am just doing my job. Let's go to other caves and search again. Looking at Lin Yi's indifferent expression at the moment, Meng Jueguang felt as disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. Moreover, it was the kind of big fly that was stuck on cow dung all day long. Go to other caves and search? Meng Tong and Li Jingming looked at each other. It turned out that there was no such step in the plan. But looking at Meng Jueguang's extremely ugly expression at the moment, the two of them did not dare to say anything more. They hurriedly responded and went out. Searching all the caves one by one, Meng Jueguang had no other choice. After all, the previous words had been released. He had to first check his own people. Now that there was nothing fishy on Lin Yi's body. In order to be fair, even if it was just a formality, they had to search the others as well. What's more, after thinking about the idea that had just popped up, Meng Jueguang was indeed suspicious of the other newcomers present. Previously, when Meng Tong had placed the spiritual jades into Lin Yi's cave abode, he had been discovered by someone and had secretly taken away the 2 pieces of spiritual jades. This was not impossible. However, after carefully searching all the other rookies and their cave abodes, he paid special attention to the 2 accomplices of Lin Yi, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai. The 2 pieces of spirit jade were still nowhere to be seen, not even the slightest trace could be found. This time, Meng Jueguang was really in a difficult position. He tried so hard to trick Lin Yi, but he failed. Instead, he lost Meng Tong and Li Jingming's spiritual jades. This was simply going for wool and coming home shorn. However, even though he was in a bad mood, he still had to say some polite words. Meng Jueguang could only bite the bullet and say, "Very good. Since there are no problems after checking our own people, as the eldest senior brother in charge, I am very pleased. I will report the matter of the theft of the spiritual jades to the pavilion master to continue investigating. All of you are dismissed. Do what you need to do." When everyone heard that, they could only disperse. They did not see the good show that they had imagined. At this moment, all of them still looked like they had not had enough. Junior apprentice brother Bitter Guy, you should fix up the forbidden spells of the 3 of them. Meng Jueguang casually instructed. Following that, he pulled Meng Tong and Li Jingming to the side with a gloomy expression. From his point of view, today's matter had most likely landed on his own people. Meng Tong and Li Jingming followed Meng Jueguang to an empty corner and said with a bitter expression, "Ninth cousin, what should we do now? What are we going to do now? We didn't get Lin Yi, but we lost our spirit jades. How are we going to train from now on?" When Meng Jueguang heard that, he stared coldly at Meng Tong and said with a fierce expression, "Meng Tong, I will give you a chance. Tell me honestly, did you stuff your own pockets with the 2 spiritual jades? You didn't put the spiritual jades in Lin Yi's cave abode, did you?" Meng Tong was depressed at this time. When he heard Meng Jueguang's words, he was shocked. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Ninth cousin, how can you say that? Do I look like that kind of person to you? You don't look like it, but now the 2 spiritual jades have disappeared for no reason. Lin Yi didn't have it, nor did anyone else. Then I can only think of the last possibility. That is, you did something to stuff your own pockets?" Meng Jueguang said sharply. Although Li Jingming was also a participant in the plan to kill Lin Yi, he only provided a piece of spiritual jades from the beginning to the end. Meng Jueguang took advantage of the opportunity when Lin Yi left to secretly destroy the forbidden spell of Lin Yi's cave abode. In the end, the person who was really responsible for putting the spiritual jades was Meng Tong. If there was really a traitor, Meng Tong was the most likely. Meng Tong was so scared that he wanted to cry but had no tears. "Ninth cousin, you can't wrong me like this. I really didn't steal the hidden spiritual jades. If you don't believe me, you can search me." Meng Jueguang glanced at Li Jingming. Li Jingming immediately understood and searched Meng Tong's body. After searching him up and down, he didn't find any spiritual jades. Seeing this, Meng Jueguang's eyes couldn't help but soften a little. Meng Tong finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he heard Li Jingming still have some doubts. Could it be hidden somewhere else outside? "Li Jingming, what do you mean? Even you dare to doubt me?" Meng Tong was suddenly angry. He grabbed Li Jingming's collar and growled, "You want to provoke me and ninth cousin and then benefit from it, right? No, Tong, listen to me. I'm just a little unwilling to lose the spiritual jades. I really didn't mean to doubt you." Li Jingming hurriedly explained, but as for what he was thinking in his heart, no one knew except him. Sure enough, after listening to Li Jingming's words, Meng Jueguang looked at Meng Tong with a sharp gaze again. Meng Tong saw that the situation was not good, so he quickly threw away Li Jingming and explained, "Ninth cousin, one of the 2 pieces of spiritual jades is my own. Do you think I will betray you for greed of Li Jingming's half-used spiritual jades? Even if I am stupid, I will never do such a stupid thing." "That's true." Meng Jueguang nodded thoughtfully. Although he didn't believe in Meng Tong's character, it was not worthwhile to betray him just for greed for half a piece of spiritual jades. After all, with the relationship between Meng Tong and himself, it would be easy to get more spiritual jades in the future. There was no need to take such a risk. So, I think it is very likely that an outsider sneaked in during the time we went to the market. After all, this cave house's forbidden curse is gone. It would be easy to steal the 2 pieces of spiritual jades. Meng Tong quickly struck while the iron was hot, for fear that Meng Jueguang would continue to doubt him. Chapter 3585. Senior Brother Meng, what should we do now? Without spiritual jades, what will we use to cultivate next? Li Jingming said with a bitter face. Although Meng Tong hated Li Jingming for daring to search him just now, he felt the same way when he heard this. He said with a depressed expression, "Yes, 9th cousin, I still have to fight with Lin Yi next month. What should I do?" Meng Jueguang looked at the 2 of them dejectedly and sighed helplessly. "Speaking of this matter, it was my fault for not being considerate enough. That's why outsiders took advantage of this loophole. How about this? The 2 of you will follow me back to my cave and take a piece of spirit jade each as compensation. In the future, as long as you follow me well, I will not let you suffer any losses." Senior Brother Meng is wise. In the future, we will definitely obey your orders. The 2 were overjoyed and hurriedly showed their loyalty. They massaged his shoulders and back and flattered him. Meng Jueguang appeared to be generous and open-minded on the surface, but in his heart he was secretly distressed. For a senior brother who held great power, although spiritual jades were not as difficult to obtain as the newcomers, taking out 2 spiritual jades at once was enough to make him feel distressed. This time, he tried his best but failed to cheat Lin Yi. Instead, he lost 2 spiritual jades. Just thinking about it made him feel unlucky. Fortunately, looking at the grateful appearance of Meng Tong and Li Jingming, these 2 spiritual jades were not given in vain. At least they could buy people's hearts. Meng Jueguang secretly gritted his teeth. That damn Lin Yi, I must find another opportunity to kill him in the future. Repairing the cave house's forbidden spell was definitely an extremely bitter job, but since Meng Jueguang had ordered it, senior brother Meng Jueguang had to do it. With his strength in the early stage of foundation establishment, it took him a full hour to repair the forbidden spell of Lin Yi's cave house. After that, there were still Meng Tong and Li Jingming's cave houses waiting for him. "You've worked hard, senior brother." Lin Yi opened his mouth to thank him, only to see his bitter senior brother waving his hand. Without even taking a sip of water, he directly ran to Meng Tong's cave dwelling number 15 at the foot of the mountain and began to busy himself. He was afraid that when Meng Jueguang came back later, he would say that he was not diligent and deliberately slacking off. To be able to do this much as a senior brother in charge, there was no other senior brother in charge who could do this. Lin Yi shook his head speechlessly and turned to enter his cave residence. After deactivating the forbidden spell, he got down to business. His main task now was not to enter the space of the jade pendant to cultivate, but to experiment with the spirit jades. In order to verify whether the space in the jade pendant could charge the spirit jade, the first thing to do was to consume most of the spirit chi in the spirit jade. Only then could the most obvious effect be seen. According to Lin Yi's original plan, he was prepared to spend more time exhausting his spirit jade, but now he didn't need to do so. There were 2 ready-made pieces that were delivered to his doorstep. Looking back, he thought about Meng Jueguang's group of people. It was simply doing a good deed without leaving his name. If there were to be a few more times in the future, he didn't even need to think about doing hard labor in the mines. As long as he stayed in the cave residence to pick up the spirit jades and throw them into the space of the jade pendant, everything would be fine. Lin Yi carefully felt the existing spirit chi in the 2 pieces of spirit jades. At least more than half of it had been used. It was just right to use them for experiments. The next thing to do was very simple. As long as he continued to keep the 2 pieces of spirit jades in the space of the jade pendant, he would check the results tomorrow morning. As for Lin Yi himself, he only needed to focus on his own cultivation. Although the next step was to refine the heavenly law golden pill. Then he could quickly break through to the peak of the early stage of the foundation building realm, but cultivation had always been sailing against the current. No matter how good the medicinal pills were, he still had to cultivate non-stop. Although Wang Xinyan played a big part in Lin Yi's achievements today, it was even more because of Lin Yi's years of diligent cultivation. As he entered the space of the jade pendant to cultivate, He waited for the results of the spirit jades to come out. What surprised and delighted Lin Yi was that after only 2 hours, the results were out. The spirit qi in the 2 pieces of spirit jades had become very full. The density of the spirit qi was the same as the density of the initial spirit jade Lin Yi had. In other words, the idea of using the space of the jade pendant to recharge the spirit jades was completely feasible. Before the experiment, the spirit qi in the 2 pieces of spirit jades had clearly been used up by more than half, but now, after only 2 hours, the spirit qi in the 2 pieces of spirit jades was already full. From the looks of it, even if the spirit qi in the jade was almost completely used up, when placed in the space of the jade pendant, it would at most be able to become a brand new piece of good jade in 4 hours. This effect felt even more obvious than when he recharged the energy stones in the mortal world. According to Lin Yi's speculation, this was probably because the spirit jades themselves were more suitable as carriers of the spirit qi of heaven and earth than the energy stones. Although the spirit jades could contain far more spirit qi than the energy stones, the speed at which they absorbed spirit qi was also much faster than the energy stones, so the effect of recharging them was actually faster than the energy stones. The space of the jade pendant was really an invincible artifact. In this way, for Lin Yi to solve the problem of not having enough spirit jades, it would be as easy as turning his hand over. In the future, he could use his own spirit jades that were full of spirit qi to exchange for other people's nearly used-up waste jades. For example, he could use 1 good jade to exchange for 3 other people's waste jades. This kind of obviously taking advantage of others was definitely not something that people would do. After all, for the vast majority of people, no matter how many waste jades they held in their hands, they were just waste jades. They would never think that with Lin Yi, waste jades could become good jades. In this way, 1 for 3, 3 for 9, 9 for 27. With this kind of artifact, the space of the jade pendant, Lin Yi was equivalent to sitting on a treasure bowl. As long as he was careful and didn't get targeted, it would be easy for him to earn more spirit jades in the future. However, with Lin Yi's current identity and environment, if he did this kind of thing too often, it would still be a little risky. Firstly, the people he knew were all newcomers, and they didn't have much spirit jades in their hands. Not only did they not have good spirit jades that were full of spirit qi, they also had very few waste jades. After all, spirit jades were essentially the same as the energy stones in the mortal world. If they were completely exhausted without leaving a trace of spirit qi, the spirit jades would directly shatter, and from then on, they would no longer be able to absorb the spirit qi of heaven and earth. In this case, even if Lin Yi exchanged them back, it would be useless. Chapter 3586. What's more, there was no lack of people around Lin. There was Meng Jueguang, Meng Tong, and Su Lingchong and Kong Mingming. They couldn't wait for Lin Yi to make a mistake. However, although there was a risk, this kind of thing could still be done on a small scale. With people like Xiao Ran, Xiao Hongkai, and even senior brother Ku Kuei, Lin Yi didn't need to worry so much. If it was really a last resort, he could wear the 1,000 silk mask and go to the market to trade with people outside. In this way, even if there was a risk, others wouldn't suspect Lin Yi. In addition to exchanging his own good jade for other people's waste jade, there was a more convenient and safe way in front of Lin Yi now, the spirit jade mine. Using the concealment of the space of the jade pendant, during the mining process, Lin Yi could hide a few pieces of spirit jade. Even if the spirit jade mine was strictly guarded, they would mainly look at the spirit jade that was full of aura. This kind of waste jade with only a little aura, presumably no one would be willing to pay too much attention to it. After careful consideration, the feasibility of doing this was higher than exchanging with others for spirit jade. After thinking about it in his mind, Lin Yi finally made up his mind to explore the spirit jade mine first. As long as he figured out the process of the mine, it wouldn't be difficult to seize the opportunity to pick up a loophole. What's more, in the short term, Lin Yi's demand for spirit jade was not too high. He already had 3 pieces of spirit jade in his hand. If he wanted to get 5 pieces of spirit jade, it would be enough to buy the 5 kinds of medicinal materials to refine the Tiandao golden pill. The night was silent until the next morning. Lin Yi and other newcomers who signed up for mining received the forbidden spell of the cave house and went out to gather. looking at the group of excited newcomers in front of him. Meng Jueguang, the eldest senior brother in charge, had a long and dark face. Especially when he saw Lin Yi, he could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He was in a terrible mood. Yesterday, he went for wool and came home shorn. He still felt the pain of losing 2 pieces of spiritual jades. You will cry when you enter the mines. Meng Jueguang glared fiercely at Lin Yi, who acted as if nothing had happened. He was not in the mood to talk nonsense with this group of newcomers. He called the names one by one according to the registration list from yesterday. He immediately brought his men down to the mine. Although the Spirit Jade mine was located at the bottom of the mountain range, and strictly speaking, it was right below everyone's cave abode, the entrance to the Spirit Jade mine was not here. Not only was it not close to everyone's cave abode, but it was also quite far away. With everyone's strength being at least at the late stage of heaven rank, it took them almost half an hour to reach their destination. And it was very different from the clay mine that they had imagined. The entrance to the Spirit Jade mine was actually a magnificent pavilion. Its degree of magnificence was not below that of the Welcome Pavilion. The plaque in the middle was engraved with 3 dark golden words, Spirit Jade Hall. There were not many people coming in and out, but the security was tight. Although it was not as exaggerated as having a sentry every few steps. But cold-looking guards could be seen everywhere. What made Lin Yi secretly shocked was that the strength of any one of the guards here was at least at the peak of the early stage of foundation establishment. In other words, the weakest guard here was an expert at the same level as Meng Jueguang. It was the first time for the group of newcomers to come here. They could not help but look around curiously, but no matter where they were, even if they just took a few glances, they would immediately attract the stern eyes of the guards on the side, as if they would pounce on them in the next moment. They were so scared that they were silent and no longer dared to look around. They could only obediently follow Meng Jueguang and walk forward. Meng Jueguang took a panoramic view of everyone's behavior. Seeing that everyone had suffered a setback and become well-behaved, Meng Jueguang put on the dignified manner of a steward and explained, like our Yingxin Pavilion, Spirit Jade Hall is one of the few departments on the North Island that are independent of the 3 pavilions. It is in charge of the mining of Spirit Jade mines and the distribution of Spirit Jade. It can be said that every piece of Spirit Jade on the North Island is taken from Spirit Jade Hall. Independent department? Lin Yi's heart moved slightly. It turned out that in addition to the 3 pavilions, there were other independent departments in the North Island of Heaven Stage Island. Welcome Pavilion was the concentration camp for newcomers, and Spirit Jade Hall was responsible for the Spirit Jade mines. Then, presumably, the other independent departments also had their own unique functions. At this time, a newcomer asked, Senior Brother Meng, you said before that there are Spirit Jade mines under these mountains. If that's the case, then anyone can find a hidden place to dig up Spirit Jade. Even if this Spirit Jade Hall wants to interfere, it can't do anything, right? The newcomers nodded thoughtfully when they heard this. Although this Spirit Jade Hall seemed to have a lot of manpower, and all of them were experts, the mines stretched across several mountains. Even if all the experts of Spirit Jade Hall were mobilized without rest, they might not be able to patrol all the mountains. Don't overestimate the moral integrity of a cultivator, and similarly, don't underestimate the courage of a cultivator. Spirit Jade could move people's hearts. No matter how strong Spirit Jade Hall was, it could not stop the cultivator's pursuit of Spirit Jade. Find a hidden place to secretly dig up Spirit Jade. Not to mention others, even the weakest Blue Cloud Pavilion newcomers present could not help but have this kind of idea. Find a hidden place to secretly dig up Spirit Jade? Dream on. Meng Jueguang sneered and looked at all the newcomers as if he was looking at idiots. After finding a sense of superiority, he explained, Don't think that the mines are spread all over the mountain range, as if you can find Spirit Jade by digging a few hundred feet. In fact, wherever there are Spirit Jade mines, the top experts of the 3 pavilions have already set up arrays. Places that are covered by the arrays, don't talk about digging up Spirit Jade, you can't even dig up a piece of mud. Instead, you will suffer the backlash of the arrays. If it's light, you will be seriously injured, and if it's heavy, you will lose your life. You can dig up Spirit Jade, but you cannot shake the foundation of the mountain range. Otherwise, if the foundation is destroyed, no one can cultivate in peace in the cave abode. All the newcomers immediately drew in a cold breath. Needless to say, some of them really did have this idea. It was just that they had not familiarized themselves with the environment for the past 2 days, so they did not have the time to do it. Now that they heard Meng Jueguang's words, they immediately felt a lingering fear. If anyone had the guts to do it 2 days ago, they would probably be lying in the wilderness now. Chapter 3587. After all, he was the eldest senior apprentice brother in charge of this group of Clear Cloud Pavilion's new disciples. If something went wrong with them and was found out, then as the eldest senior apprentice brother, he would also be held responsible. Worse, he might even be accused of incompetence in teaching the new disciples and be directly replaced. Senior Meng, rest assured. We will definitely not dare to spoil the reputation of Blue Cloud Pavilion. The rookies shivered and hurriedly swore in unison. Meng Jueguang nodded and glanced maliciously at Lin Yi, who was following behind the crowd. If it was anyone else who had a problem, he would be afraid of being implicated, but if it was Lin Yi, he would be more than happy. Compared to this bit of risk, being able to get rid of Lin Yi was something to be happy about. However, this was something he could only think about in his head. After what happened yesterday, he wouldn't dare to do anything to Lin Yi for the time being. However, it wasn't a bad idea to find an opportunity to mess with this guy. Meng Jueguang led the crowd through a long corridor. According to the constantly descending terrain, they should already be underground. However, on the 2 sides of the walls, there were naturally glowing fluorites embedded in them every 20 feet. Although the surroundings were claustrophobic, it was as bright as the outside. Moments later, Meng Jueguang stopped in his tracks. Looking at the door that was more than 30 feet tall, the rookies could not help but swallow their saliva. From the looks of it, behind this door was the legendary Spirit Jade Mine. After passing through this door, you will enter the Spirit Jade Mine's mining area. However, before entering, you have to follow me over there to sign a contract. Meng Jueguang pointed to the side of the door, where there was a table and a few cabinets. The cabinets were filled with countless white paper contracts, and behind the table sat a white-bearded old man who was drowsily dozing off. Meng Jueguang led the crowd over. After patting the elder's shoulder, the white-bearded elder opened his eyes and looked at Meng Jueguang with a smile. "Junior Meng, it's you. These are the rookies of our Blue Cloud Pavilion this year?" "Not bad." Meng Jueguang nodded, and then introduced Dai Wuchang to everyone. "This is senior brother Dai Wuchang from our Blue Cloud Pavilion, and is now in charge of contracts in Jade Spirit Hall. Why don't you quickly greet senior brother Dai?" "Greetings, senior brother Dai." The newcomers hurriedly greeted. Although this old man who was acting as senior brother Wuchang looked quite old, but because his strength was only at the peak of the early stage of foundation establishment, according to the rules of the cultivation world, this person's seniority was similar to that of Meng Jueguang. Everyone only had to call him senior brother. However, the current Hellguard was an old man. Since it wasn't absorbed by the Profound Pavilion, it must be a very weak existence. The Profound Pavilion didn't care for it, which was why it came to the Blue Cloud Pavilion, a waste collection point. Dai Wuchang nodded, turned to look at Meng Jueguang, and said, "Junior brother Meng, how many contracts do you want this time, and what mines do you want?" Meng Jueguang calculated and said, "I'll have to trouble senior brother Dai to give me 2 for the 7th mine, and 10 for the 8th mine. 1 for the 10th mine." "All right, I'll give it to you." "Wait, the 10th mine? You also want the 10th mine?" Dai Wuchang suddenly froze. He looked at Meng Jueguang in surprise and said, "Junior brother Meng, you're wrong, you want to say the 9th mine, right?" Meng Jueguang shook his head and looked at Lin Yi with a sneer and said, "Senior brother Dai, you didn't hear wrong. I want the 10th mine, that's a public mine, there shouldn't be a problem, right?" Following Meng Jueguang's gaze, he looked at Lin Yi. Only then did Dai Wuchang understand that this guy was going to make a fool of him. He laughed and shook his head and said indifferently, "Of course there's no problem. The 10th mine is publicly recognized as a dead mine, and I'm worried that no one will mine it. I'll prepare it for you." "Public mine? Dead mine? Senior brother Ku, what's going on?" Lin Yi felt that there must be something fishy in this, and turned to ask senior brother Ku next to him. Although senior brother Ku didn't have the right to speak in this kind of matter, in case Lin Yi was cheated and didn't know it, he deliberately followed today. Even if he couldn't help Lin Yi, at least he could help him understand the situation, so as to avoid blindly suffering losses. Senior brother Ku shook his head helplessly, sighed, and then explained to Lin Yi. According to the amount and density of the spiritual jades, Spirit Jade Hall divided the entire vein into 10 mining areas. From good to bad, they are number 1 to 10. The smaller the number, the higher the quality of the mining area. According to the established rules, the first to third mining areas are in the center of the mountain range, and belong to the disciples of Soaring Sky Pavilion. The fourth to sixth mining areas are outside the center of the mountain range, and belong to the disciples of Mysterious Pavilion. The seventh to ninth mining areas are in the periphery of the mountain range, and belong to the disciples of Blue Cloud Pavilion. As for the 10th mining area, it is the outer public mining area, and the disciples of the 3 pavilions can go in and mine. At the same time, although there are spiritual jades in the 10th mining area, they are extremely rare, and only a few pieces are dug out in a year. Even if they are dug out, they are waste jades with thin spiritual chi. Ordinary people are not willing to go in and waste their time, and it is very difficult to see people all year round, so it is called the dead mining area. The quality of the mining area corresponds to the spirit chi in the mountain range. This is also the reason why the Soaring Sky Pavilion's abode is the best. Below the abode is the best mining area. At this point, even the honest senior brother Kubai couldn't help but say angrily, I originally thought that no matter how much senior brother Meng targeted you, he would at most assign you to the 9th mining area. That way, no matter how low the jade yield is, there would still be some harvest. I didn't expect him to assign you to the 10th mining area. This is too much. Junior brother Lin, let's go. There's really no need to waste time in this kind of place. Heh, I didn't expect that senior brother Bitter Bully, who has always meekly accepted all kinds of adversity, would actually have an angry side. It's really rare. Amidst the laughter, Lin Yi was also a little touched in his heart. He patted his senior's shoulder and comforted him, it's all right. Since we're already here, let's take things as they come. Even if it's a dead mining area, it's not impossible to mine spiritual jades. Moreover, if we flee at the last minute and become a coward, wouldn't we be making a fool out of ourselves? No matter what, I have to see what this spirit jade mine looks like. Chapter 3588. I have to work for at least 3 months? Lin Yi was slightly stunned. Not only him, but the rookies beside him who had heard the conversation between the two also had a change in expression. Following that, they began to whisper worriedly. 3 months was neither long nor short. For cultivators with long lifespans, even if 3 months passed in vain without any harvest, it was not a big deal. But for the rookies present, the meaning of these 3 months was completely different. Don't forget, if they want to enter the Blue Cloud Pavilion, they must succeed in building their foundation within a year, and 3 months is already a quarter of a year. Once they signed the contract, it meant that in the next 3 months, compared to newcomers like Xiao Ran who had never come to mine, their cultivation progress would inevitably be slower. After all, even if the spiritual energy in the Spirit Jade Mine was naturally rich, they would not be able to focus on cultivation, and the effect would inevitably be greatly reduced. But then again, if they could earn enough spiritual jades in these 3 months, they wouldn't suffer a loss. Because this would lay a solid foundation for their cultivation in the next 9 months. At that time, their cultivation would be much better than that of Xiao Ran and the others. It was entirely possible for them to catch up. As long as they succeeded in building their foundation, they would be the victors. In the end, signing this mining contract was a gamble. If he could gather enough spiritual jades in the next 3 months, he would win. If the number of spirit jades collected was too little, or even if there was no harvest at all, then it would be a loss, and a huge loss at that. However, if the other rookies could be said to have some wins and losses in this gamble, then for Lin Yi, who was about to be assigned to mine number 10, it was a different story. He would lose without a doubt. In these 3 months, as long as the others were a little more diligent, they would be able to make it. If he was lucky, he might be able to earn 7 or 8 pieces of spiritual jades. Even if he was unlucky, he could earn at least 4 or 5 pieces. However, in mining area number 10, a notoriously dead mining area, after 3 months, Lin Yi might not even be able to earn a single piece of spiritual jade. In fact, according to past experiences, not to mention good jades full of spiritual qi, even waste jades with thin spiritual qi were scarce in the number 10 dead mining area. If one wanted to collect 100 pieces of good jades in this kind of place to exchange for rewards, it would be extremely difficult. This was simply a fool's dream. If it was anyone else who heard of this situation, they would definitely wisely choose to retreat at this moment. It was better to be a coward that ran away at the last moment than to waste 3 months of precious cultivation time for nothing. If they still braced themselves and continued to fight at this moment, then there was simply something wrong with their brains. However, Lin had no intention of backing down. He didn't come here for the reward of mining. Since there were very few spirit jades in the 10th dead mine, it was likely that the supervision there would not be as strict as the other mines. Instead, it would be easier for him to tamper with it. In other words, what Lin Yi wanted now was waste jade. If he really traded it for a good mining area with a high yield of spirit jade, he would be closely monitored. That would be troublesome. However, it was obviously impossible for senior brother Bitter Guy to know Lin Yi's plan. Seeing that Lin Yi had a relaxed expression from beginning to end, he couldn't help but anxiously stomp his feet again and again. For Lin Yi, who was one of the few junior brothers who respected him from the bottom of his heart, senior brother Bitter Guy really didn't want him to suffer losses from the bottom of his heart, especially when it was such an obvious loss. He tried to persuade Lin Yi a few more times, but he couldn't persuade him no matter what. In the end, senior brother Bitter Guy gritted his teeth and braced himself to walk towards Meng Jueguang and Dai Wucheng. Seeing senior brother Bitter Guy squeezing his way over, Meng Jueguang looked at him in surprise. In the past few years, he was used to seeing senior brother Bitter Guy's submissive appearance, but he had never seen such a firm expression on senior brother Bitter Guy's face. He even felt a little imposing aura. This meek trash actually has an imposing aura? Meng Jueguang couldn't help but be amused by this strange thought that emerged from the bottom of his heart. He curled his lips and said, "Junior brother Bitter Guy, what are you trying to do?" Unexpectedly, senior brother Bitter didn't reply as respectfully as usual. He didn't even look at him. Instead, he directly said to Dai Wucheng, "Senior brother Dai, please give me a copy of the contract of the 7th mining area." Could it be that junior brother Bitter Guy also wants to mine jade? Could it be that the rules of the Welcome Pavilion have changed, and you, as stewards, can actually accept private work? Dai Wucheng looked at senior brother Bitter Guy strangely. In order to prevent these stewards from neglecting their duties and neglecting their duty of teaching the newcomers, the Welcome Pavilion clearly stipulated that they were not allowed to accept any private work. After all, they already had a high monthly salary, which was enough for their daily cultivation expenses. If it was said that they were only going to the mine to supervise and maintain the order of the newcomers in Blue Cloud Pavilion, then that was fine. But if they wanted to mine the jade themselves, then that was not allowed. No, I am asking for this contract for junior brother Lin. According to the rules, any steward has the authority to arrange contracts for the newcomers. There shouldn't be any problem with me doing this, right? Under the intense gaze of Meng Jueguang, senior brother Bitter Guy finally braced himself and said this. This was the first time in several years that he publicly disobeyed Meng Jueguang's intentions. That's true, but Dai Wucheng was stunned, then turned to look at the gloomy expression of Meng Jueguang. Although in theory senior brother Bitter Guy did have this authority, it had always been Meng Jueguang who had the final say all these years. How could senior brother Bitter Guy have the right to speak? As for Lin Yi's arrangement, I have already decided just now. The contract for the 10th mine is prepared for him. Junior brother Bitter Guy, you don't have to do anything unnecessary. Meng Jueguang looked coldly at senior brother Bitter Guy and said, although he was extremely annoyed, no matter what, the other party was still a steward at the same level as him. He could not directly flip out like he did with the newcomers. The 10th mine is publicly recognized as a dead mine. As the steward of the Welcome Pavilion, I have to be responsible for the cultivation of the newcomers. I think this is not good for junior brother Lin's future cultivation. Senior brother Bitter Guy stuttered. In the face of Meng Jueguang's years of accumulated power, senior brother Bitter Guy still felt a little weak in his heart, and even his words were not fluent. Meng Jueguang bitterly gritted his teeth. Although he wanted to beat this 10,000-year-old coward up, with so many people watching, he could only suppress his anger in the bottom of his heart. After all, senior brother Bitter Guy's words were not without reason. At this time, let alone making a move, even if he said half a word wrong, it would be spread out that he was deliberately suppressing the newcomers. This was a very fatal stain for the steward. Chapter 3589. Senior marshal brother couldn't help but choke. He didn't expect that Meng Jueguang didn't refute, but Dai Wuchang took the initiative to attack first. Little did he know that this Dai Wuchang and Meng Jueguang were basically in the same boat. Seeing that senior marshal brother was at a loss, Dai Wuchang continued to say with a cold face, "Just because you have a good relationship with a newcomer, you want to arrange a good mining area for him. Does this spirit jade hall belong to your family?" This senior marshal brother Ku Bai was speechless. However, Dai Wuchang continued to say, "Junior marshal brother, don't think that just because I came from Blue Cloud Pavilion, I can be unscrupulously partial to our own people from Blue Cloud Pavilion. On the contrary, in order to not let the people from the other two pavilions fall behind, I have to be stricter to my own people. This matter concerns the reputation and image of the entire Blue Cloud Pavilion. Don't blame me for not giving you face." These words were spoken righteously, and even dragged out the reputation and image of Blue Cloud Pavilion. Senior marshal brother was suddenly speechless. He was not a person who was good at talking. This time, he had already mustered up the courage to oppose. After being suddenly reprimanded by Dai Wuchang, he suddenly didn't know what to say. Meng Jueguang looked at this scene with a face of contempt and complacency. A coward was a coward. Since he was a salted fish, he would never be able to make a comeback. Since senior marshal brother Dai has said this, then as one of us, we can't make things difficult for him for our own selfish interests, right? Meng Jueguang pretended to be open-minded as he turned to Lin Yi with a cold smile. "Lin Yi, I'll say it up front. The 10th mine's contract is yours, and if you're thinking of backing out like a coward, you'll have to face the consequences. If you want to retreat like a tortoise, then I won't blame you. After all, take a step back and you can see the world." This is junior marshal brother Dai's mantra. You have followed him for a few days, I think you can learn a little essence, huh? Everyone chimed in and roared with laughter. In any case, it was Lin Yi who was thrown into the number 10 dead mine. Since it had nothing to do with him, of course they were happy to see such a lively scene. In fact, the rookies were quite dissatisfied with being assigned to the 8th mine and not the better 7th mine. However, they did not dare to challenge Meng Jueguang. Therefore, he could only seek psychological comfort from Lin Yi, who was even more miserable. Being ridiculed in public like this, the bitter senior apprentice's face suddenly turned red, but the words he said just now had already exhausted all his courage. At this time, he simply did not dare to speak again. He could only look at Lin Yi, hoping that Lin Yi would be a wise man and not fight when the odds were against him, and quickly leave with him. However, Lin Yi just smiled. He looked calmly at the proud and arrogant Meng Jueguang and said lightly, "At least I can learn something by following senior apprentice brother Dai, but if I follow senior apprentice brother Meng, not only will I not learn anything, I might even go for wool and come home shorn. It seems that it is better to follow senior apprentice brother Dai." Go for wool and come home shorn? Meng Jueguang's face suddenly changed. Lin Yi's words had poked at his sore spot. At this time, he was still feeling the pain of taking out the 2 pieces of spiritual jades yesterday. He looked at Lin Yi suspiciously, not knowing whether Lin Yi said those words unintentionally or deliberately poked at his sore spot. Of course, even if he knew that Lin Yi was deliberately poking at his sore spot, Meng Jueguang at most thought that Lin Yi had seen through the framing scheme yesterday, but he did not expect that the 2 pieces of spiritual jades were actually hidden in the space of the jade pendant. Lin Yi did not continue to pay attention to him. He turned to senior apprentice brother Dai and said, "Senior apprentice brother Dai, you don't have to worry about me. I know what I'm doing." As he said that, Lin Yi strode over to take the number 10 mining area contract from Dai Wuchang and signed his name directly. Sigh. Senior apprentice brother Dai shook his head helplessly, but it was too late to stop it now. He could only think of a way in the future to see how to make Lin Yi suffer less in the mining area. You are indeed the strongest newcomer. You really have courage. Although Meng Jueguang praised him, his eyes were full of schadenfreude. If Lin Yi was a coward at this time, then even if he was the senior apprentice brother Dai Wuchang, he could only take advantage of Lin Yi verbally, but he could not really make Lin Yi suffer. But now Lin Yi actually signed the contract without saying anything, then he would have to suffer in the future. Even an unlucky bastard like Lin Yi, who'd been sent to the 10th mine, dared to sign the contract. The other newbies wouldn't back down either. 3 months it was, they'd just have to put in a little more effort, and there'd still be some profit. After everyone signed the contract, they were each given a jade card. The material should be the worst quality of waste jade, and it was marked with a number. The others were number 7 and 8, but the one in Lin Yi's hand was number 10. The one in your hand is the pass token. The number marked on it will allow you to enter the mining area. Other mining areas are not allowed to enter. After Dai Wuchang explained to everyone, he then sat back in his seat. It was unknown what mechanism was pressed, but the huge iron door in front of everyone automatically opened. "All right, since you all have the pass token, then follow me in," Meng Jueguang said and led the way into the door. Everyone looked at each other and then followed. Behind the door was not the mining area that they had imagined, but a huge compartment. In the compartment, in addition to 4 uniformed guards, there were also 4 staff members who were responsible for searching the disciples entering and leaving. These staff members had all been specially trained. They did not let go of any possible corner from top to bottom. They were extremely professional. In front of such a strict body search, any attempt to hide the spirit jades would be courting death. There was no possibility of getting away with it. However, Lin Yi noticed that these staff members seemed to be very familiar with Meng Jueguang. When they searched the new disciples, they searched them carefully, but when it came to Meng Jueguang, they just pretended to go through the motions. In addition, Dai Wuchang was clearly helping Meng Jueguang to suppress the poor guy. It seemed that this steward senior brother seemed to be very popular in this place. After the search, they passed through the compartment and officially entered the spiritual jade mine. It was deep and spacious. The distance between their feet and the top of the mine was about 4 or 5 feet. It was not a simple and small mine as they had imagined. It was obviously a huge mine that had been carefully reinforced and designed. Bright fluorite stones of various sizes were inlaid in every corner of the top of the mine. At first glance, it did not look like a mine, but more like a mysterious underground world, which was pleasing to the eye. Chapter 3590. Every mine entrance was guarded by an expert, marked with numbers 1 to 10. Needless to say, these 10 mines led to their respective mining areas. Only after showing the corresponding pass token could one enter. Meng Jueguang led Meng Tong and Li Jingming into the 7th mine. The other new disciples entered the 8th mine. As for Lin Yi, he entered the 10th mine accompanied by senior brother Ku Bai. "Senior brother Ku, don't you need a special pass token to come in?" Lin Yi turned his head and looked at senior brother Ku Bai in surprise. When he came in just now, he clearly saw that senior brother Ku Bai only showed the guard his jade token as the welcoming pavilion steward. The same was true for Meng Jueguang on the other side. Yes, the identity card of the welcoming pavilion steward is also valid here. However, because I'm from Blue Cloud Pavilion, I can only enter the 7th, 8th, and 9th mine. Of course, the 10th mine is a public mine, so you can come and go as you please. Senior brother Ku Bai nodded. After a pause, he immediately complained, "Junior brother Lin, you really shouldn't have signed this contract just now. I've come to the 10th mine before and couldn't dig out any good jade at all. However, there's no other way. I'll take you to the places where I've dug up some spirit jades. Although I can only dig up some useless jades, it's still better than blindly doing useless work like a headless fly." "Thank you, senior brother Ku." Lin Yi responded with a smile. Although he was now in the early stage of foundation establishment and did not have as much time pressure as other new disciples, 3 months was not a short time. If he really could not dig out anything at all, it would be a pure waste of time. However, it was enough to dig out useless jade. The mine was winding and long. According to senior brother Ku Bai, the 10th mine was already a very remote location. The two of them walked for more than an hour before reaching their destination. Along the way, although they occasionally saw a few people, they could be counted on one hand. Even when they arrived at the real mining site, there were only 2 or 3 people in such a large mining area, 2 of whom were guards in uniform. The name of the 10th dead mining area was indeed well-deserved. Seeing Lin Yi and the other man, the 2 bored guards looked at each other and jokingly said, "Heh, another 2 unlucky bastards." Even the trash from Blue Cloud Pavilion wouldn't be willing to come to a dead mine like this. They must be the unlucky ones who had offended the higher-ups. As the guards here, they were already used to this kind of thing. Ku Bai's face immediately darkened. He was actually treated as an unlucky ghost by the guards. Just look at how Meng Jueguang was enjoying himself. Wherever he went, there would be acquaintances. On the other hand, Meng Jueguang was suffering. That was really a real hardship. "I'm senior brother Ku Zhongla, the manager of the Blue Cloud Pavilion's welcoming pavilion. I'm here to escort the disciples into the mining area." Senior brother Ku Bai said. "Happiness from hardship?" The 2 guards were obviously stunned. "I've never heard of it. Are you the steward senior brother? Wasn't senior steward Meng Jueguang and bitter? How could there be bitterness and happiness?" Ku Bai. Ku Bai is my nickname, and Ku Zhonglu is my original name. Ku Bai explained with a wry smile. "Dizzy. If I had told you earlier, you would have been fine." The guard nodded and waved his hand. He gestured for the bitter guy to enter. After greeting the 2 guards with a nod, he took Lin Yi to the mining site that he was familiar with. But before he could take 2 steps, he heard the 2 guards talking behind him. "So he is a bitter bastard. Now that I've seen him today, he is indeed a bitter bastard." "Yeah, but I feel that the one beside him is the one who is suffering. He followed the wrong person. If he followed Meng Jueguang, how could he be here? Sai, that can't be helped. Actually, aren't we the same? If he hadn't offended Dai Wuchang, a figure with real power in Spirit Jade Hall, how could he have been sent here?" Lin Yi also heard the previous conversation. It turned out that Ku Bai's name was Ku Zhonglu. But obviously he himself had tacitly agreed to the name of Ku Bai, so that when he officially registered, no one knew him. The 2 walked into the mining area, put down the basket that was specially written with their names at the door, and took out the shovel inside. Ku Bai's senior brother personally demonstrated and guided Lin Yi on some of the tricks of mining. What was worth mentioning was that in order to prevent the heaven and earth spiritual chi from being damaged during mining, the shovels used for mining were made entirely of jade. However, they were similar to other shovels made of iron, hard, sharp, and very practical. Not only could it easily break the soil, but it could even easily penetrate hard stones. Lin even felt that this thing was more than enough to be used as a weapon. After mastering the tricks of Ku Bai's guidance, Lin quickly got used to it. After all, this thing itself was not complicated, and it mainly depended on strength. And with Lin Yi's strength in the early stage of foundation establishment, this kind of strength work was naturally not a problem. Even if he worked non-stop for a whole day, he would not feel tired at all. Although this was the number 10 dead mining area, the jade production rate was extremely low, but Lin Yi now chose this point, after all, with the experience of Ku Bai's senior brother, and his luck was good today. Just a moment later, he dug out the first piece of spirit jade. Wiping the soil on the surface with a cloth, the white jade quickly bloomed with brilliance. The appearance looked exactly the same as the few pieces of spirit jade in his hand, but after carefully feeling the spiritual energy in it, he found that it was very thin, the concentration was less than 1%, it was a typical piece of waste jade. It's okay, if you save up a lot of this kind of waste jade, you can also exchange it for good jade. Ku Bai's senior brother comforted on the side. Lin Yi nodded, and then he saw one of the 2 guards in the distance come over, carrying a pair of scales with him. After taking out the waste jade that Lin Yi dug out, weighing it, and recording the number, he threw the waste jade back into the basket, turned around, and left. What is he doing? Lin Yi wondered. This is the same monitoring process in all mining areas. In order to prevent people from secretly hiding spirit jade, every time someone dug out a spirit jade, the guard will weigh it and record the number. When it is time to finish work, all the spirit jade that you have collected will be weighed again. If the number is too different from the number provided by the guard, especially if it is a lot less, you will be isolated for investigation. Kubai's senior brother explained.